Please take your seat. The opening ceremony is about to start. Take your seat, please. Please take your seat. The opening ceremony is about to start. Take your seat, please. Take your seat. Dear players, please find your seats. The opening ceremony will start in a couple of minutes. Please find your seats. Please find your seats. Dear players, please find your seats. Remember the first top boards of each section, the first two boards of each section are on the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I am Grandmaster Roberto Mogranzini, the General Director of this tournament. It's a real pleasure to have you here. Welcome to Italy and welcome in Montesilvano. I am honored to have taken charge of the organization of the World Youth Chess Championship, and thanks FIDE and President Arkady Dorkovich for choosing us. I thank to the municipality of Montesilvano and the Italian Chess Federation for the support. You spend a few days here in Montesilvano of sports, but also to have a fun experience to the beauty in this area. So enjoy the tournament, enjoy Montesilvano. Thank you. Please now stand up to Italian anthems. And now, please welcome on the stage the Mayor of Montesilvano, Mr. Ottavio De Martinis.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti.
Good afternoon, everyone.
In veste di sindaco della città di Montesilvano, a nome mio e dell'intera città, do il benvenuto a tutti voi.
As Mayor of Montesilvano and on behalf of the whole municipality, welcome here.
Tengo a ringraziare in modo particolare il presidente della FIDE, Mr. Arkady Dorkovich,
I want to thank the FIDE President, Mr. Arkady Dorkovich,
per aver scelto la nostra città quale sede di questa bellissima competizione.
for choosing our wonderful city as venue for this competition.
Ringrazio inoltre il presidente del comitato organizzatore, Roberto Mogranzini,
And I also want to thank the chief organizer, Mr. Roberto Mogranzini,
con il quale in questi mesi, unitamente al consigliere Adriano Tocco, abbiamo lavorato al fine di rendere questa competizione la migliore possibile.
with whom we have worked during these months, along with City Council member Adriano Tocco, to make this wonderful competition possible.
Spero che la competizione si svolga nel miglior modo possibile per tutti voi e che la permanenza nella nostra città sia la migliore possibile.
I wish you to have a wonderful championship, and I also wish you to spend amazing days here in our city.
Un saluto ancora da parte della città e un grosso in bocca al lupo a tutti.
Once again, I greet you on behalf of the whole city, and I wish you good luck.
Please, once again, stand up for the FIDE anthems, please. And now, please welcome on stage the FIDE President, Mr. Arkady Dorkovich.
Thank you, Roberto. Dear Mr. Mayor, dear friends from the Italian Chess Federation, dear participants of the FIDE World Youth Championships, boys and girls, parents, arbiters, fair play officers, volunteers. My warm greetings on behalf of FIDE at the opening ceremony of one of the last tournaments this year, 2023. The year is coming to the end, and very soon we will know the names of 6 new World Youth Champions. And who knows, maybe some of you, the best of you, will get a chance to participate in the upcoming World Rapid and Blitz Championships in Uzbekistan and Samarkand. So try to show your best. And I really hope that many of you will represent your countries in the future at the very top events all around the world, including possibly in Italy in 2028. Who knows, Italy bid for the Olympiad in 2028. And I would like to thank the municipality of Montesilvano for the tremendous hospitality, for making sure that you will feel comfortable here at the event. I know how nervous it is before the start, before the first move. So just concentrate, get out of excessive nervous thoughts, and put your best talent on the board. And good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for the President Arkady Dorkovich. And now welcome on the stage the Vice President of Italian Chess Federation, Veronica Goi.
Thank you to all the organizers for the introduction. Thank you to all the speakers that already say thank you to the organization, the Minister of Abruzzo, the FIDE President, the FIDE Executive Member, all the arbiters, managers, coaches, and chess players. because it's thanks to all this organization that we here now we can see and play this big event. It's first of all, I would like to pass the regards and the best wishes of the president of our Italian Chess Federation, Luigi Maggi, that unfortunately can't be here today, but is very honored and happy to wish and welcome all of you. And I just want to clear that chess today and what we hear now is because of chess conflict between two intellects. Is also a game that can unite and build very friendly partnerships. So what can remain today is also a good experience, can be also a good friendly after a game, after a proud and good analysis. So take this tournament also like a big experience for all of you, and good luck. Thank you.
And now I'll leave the floor to the Chief Arbiter, Marco Biagioli. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberto. So we are almost ready to start the first round. Before we start, just remember about the logistics that when you finish your game, the exit door is through the main doors on the bottom of the hall where you entered, and the exit to the rest areas are located on the left and the right side. The top doors are for players, and the left hand from my side, right hand from the hall on the bottom is for the head of delegation. So before we start, we have two ceremonial first moves. The mayor of Montesilvano, Mr. Ottavio De Martinis, will make the ceremonial first move on board 1 on the open 18, please. And we have now a second ceremonial first move. Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich, the president of FIDE, will make the first move on the first board of Girls 14. Mr. President, would you like to start officially the championship?
Thank you, Marco. It's my honor and pleasure to declare the FIDE World Youth Chess Championships 2023 in Montesilvano, Italy, officially open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please start your clocks.
Welcome, dear viewers, to the World Youth Chess Championships of year 2023 in Montesilvano, Italy, which is a city in the province of Pescara. Here it's a very beautiful weather. Basically, it's safe to say that the summer of chess continues. It's outside, very pleasant, plus 19 degrees Celsius, and more than almost 1,000 players of about 80 countries have gathered here in Italy to find out who will become the best players in their age groups. Your host today will be my special guest here, Marcin Tasbir. He is a grandmaster and also a coach of Polish team. I'm grandmaster Arturs Neiksans, and after a brief moment you're also going to see our co-host Keti Tsatsalashvili, who is running right now basically to the studio to join us for the live coverage. But I hope you are feeling yourself very comfortable and are about to enjoy the show. Marcin, very happy to have you here.
Thank you very much, Arturs. I believe you are still waiting for Keti to come, as the spectators especially. I understand that, but okay, we can focus on the event because the games have already kicked off, so we can briefly talk about the groups.
Absolutely, and here you see this amazing spacious playing hall in Montesilvano, which can host of 1,000 or more players. This is a very, very nice bird's eye view. There's in total 6 categories, 3 for boys, or the so-called open section, because I believe it's something like 10-15 years ever since in the boys section is now open section. Also the girls can play, so it's an open section under 14, 16 and 18, the same also for girls. While we talk about it, maybe let's have a look at the tournament system. Here you see these are the the age groups, 11 rounds in total, Swiss tournament. The time control, Marcin, is one of my favorites, I have to confess, in 90 minutes for 40 moves. Then there's a second time control, extra half an hour until the end of the game, and of course, a plus 30 seconds per move.
As for me, I would prefer to play a little bit faster. Only 90 moves per game would be okay, because then there are no problems with those with the time control and the 40th move. So because here in that tournament the clocks are counting the moves, and so after move 40 they give this additional 30 minutes, and sometimes that can mean some problems or some issues. So that's why I would prefer just to have 90 minutes per whole game. But of course, I do understand people who like to take their time and to think a little bit longer.
And you see there's also the so-called Sofia rule enforced here in Montesilvano. That means no early draws here are allowed unless there's going to be a traveled repetition. So in case you want to agree to a draw before move 30, it's simply not possible, and this means probably a lot of exciting and decisive games are going to happen here. The games start at 3 p.m. The broadcast starts 15 minutes later. Now I think let's have a look at also the starting list of all the age groups, top 10 players of the girls section, and that is here you go. That is the girls. Girls under 14, yes. I believe, right? Yes. That is the top seed, Anna Shukman, representing FIDE, Afroza Hamdanova, Zarina, Nurmanova. Those are the top players here. Again, now let's look at the pairings of the girls under 14. We are going to see them in a moment. Here you go. The top seeded player has chosen the black color. Usually there's a drawing of the colors before the round, and then based on what color the top seeded player chooses, that is the color the game is about to start. Let's move on to the girls under 16, and let's see what's happening here. Yeah, and here we have the top seeded player Alua Nurmanova from Kazakhstan, second seeded Zhuqiao Wang from China, Maria Sakanska from Poland, and now if we see who is paired in round number 1,
In the group.
Yep, in the
Girls
group.
under 16,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, it's under 16 girls, the same. Yeah, so the top seeded player, Allura Nurmanova, is playing against Maria Guatua, and so on and so forth. And also, let's have a look at the girls under 18, who are the top players. That is Yelizaveta Krebenshikova from Ukraine. The second seeded is Leah Kurmangaliyeva from Kazakhstan, followed by Rochelle Wu from United States. And the pairings. Here are again the pairings. It seems that all of the top seeded players, at least in the girls section, are starting the very first round with the black color. Most of the age groups have about 80 countries in total registered. I believe, Marcin, that most greatest group in all of the sections is under 14.
Yeah,
is that correct?
Yeah, open section under 14, I believe. Almost 200 players altogether from 80 countries. So we can take a look at the group, at that group open section.
Yep. So here we go. This is the group open section under 14.
Yeah.
Sava Vetokhin, top seeded player representing FIDE. Then we have two Vietnamese players. Actually, that's quite interesting. So Vietnamese are showing they have some very bright young talents. Gia Hai Han and Trangia Puk Pham. Hope I pronounced that correctly. They're going to be fighting out for the medals. Probably the pre-tournament favorites. And let's check also the pairings of Open 14. Here you see again, it seems every single tournament so far is starting with a ELO favorite, starting with the black color. Savetokhin is playing with black. Let's move on to the open section of under 16. See who are the top 10. And that is Jan Klimkowski from Poland. Marcin, maybe you have to say something about this in this regard.
Extremely talented guy. I was playing against him 2 years ago, I believe, and even though I beat him in the Armageddon section, I knew that in a few years he will be much better than I am already. So yeah, I believe his advantage over the rank ELO number 2 is about 70 points, but then the group is really tense. It's going really tense. So let's take a look at the pairings of under 16, and still black color on the first board.
That is really interesting. I don't think I've seen it before, Marcin, right? I mean, every single age group so far,
maybe it was the drawing
black.
Maybe the drawing of lot was for all together, for the whole tournament. That would make sense, because otherwise it would be really low of the possibility.
All right. And also the second seeded player is Axel Kvaloy. I know him because he recently played in Riga Technical University Open, young talent. I believe one of the students of Simen Agdestan, at least, he brought many students to Riga Technical University. So it's not only Magnus Carlsen that Norway can produce, there's a lot of other great chess talent. Could be fun to watch. Let's move on to the open section under 18 and check out who are the top seeded players, and that is Volodar Murzin representing FIDE, the only player here in the entire tournament over 2600 ELO, and this means that he is all about business. He wants to get the World Championship title, because you can see this big difference between Murzin and the second seeded player Vopala Praneeth from India. It's almost more than 100 points.
Yeah, exactly.
And the third seeded player also represents FIDE, Alexei Grebnev, followed by some other talented young players. And yeah, it's going to be absolutely a fun event. And let's also have a look at the pairings for the Open 18. Simone Pozzari, a player from Italy, representing Italy, is going to face Volodar Murzin in the very first game. All right, so those are the lineups for all the age groups and the pairings, and we'll do our utmost best to switch between the games and try to report what's happening there, and try to select the most interesting examples. And again, dear viewers, this is where you can step in and shine in case you sense there's something really interesting happening and you would like to pinpoint us, please do so. We are going to do our utmost best to have a peek at the chat, what's happening, and just to say hello. So once again, welcome everybody, and hope you're going to enjoy the show.
Me too, of course. So, okay, I believe we can move to the games. And I believe that as far as I saw, only Murzin is the only guy who holds the Grandmaster title in the whole tournament. So it would be, you know, something really, really surprising if he doesn't win the whole competition. He's not only a Grandmaster, but also 2600 Grandmaster, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, definitely he is a pre-tournament favorite, and I think that he's here absolutely for the title and no less. However, I'm not entirely sure if he will be such a very heavy favorite. I mean, of course, his rating implies, but there's one thing, Martin, I know for sure, and these are the young talents from India who keep surprising us, right? And every single year, the state of India comes with a young new superstar, and I'm seeing some top level players already from India, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and some other countries. I think this is going to be really, really hard contested age group, but still will be fun to follow. All right, so here we are following the game of Simone Pozzari playing against Volodymyr Murzin. It's a classical King's Indian defense, is it not?
Yes, exactly. I'm just thinking what Black is thinking about, maybe which variation to choose, which one gives the greatest possibilities to make it tense. So we shall check. We shall wait for that. But he has lost already some time for that decision. So okay, let's maybe switch to the second board.
All right. Yeah. So all right. Let's check the second board, which. Just a second, I think. Yeah, this is the second board. Here you go. That is Vopala Praneeth. I have to confess, I mean, I don't know him, right? But probably it's not really a great shame because from India, there's so many great players. I mean, the first names which jump to your mind, probably Domraj Gukesh, Nikhil Sarin, and all the other kids, right? So, but again, Vopala Praneeth is yet another talent, seated second here in this tournament. I love this system, Martin. Have you ever played this from the white's perspective? Can we go through the first moves?
Actually, only I believe in some rapid games. This is the system, of course, against the Slav defense, just not to go to the deep discussion, theoretical discussion, right? But you said it's one of your favorites, so I believe you can tell the viewers any more information, bring more information than I do.
Right. It's an idea to get some offbeat game. So the point here of e3, obviously, white protects the pawn on c4. Also, it limits somewhat black's opportunities because white is thinking about playing early knight c3 and queen b3. So let's say at some point, if black is a bit careless and he wants to solve the problem of the last bishop here on c8. This is normally how you want to play all these positions. Let's say you want to play something like bishop f5 or bishop g4, bring out the bishop before you can solidify your center. Now, here are some tricks because you need to watch out if white could play either queen b3 immediately or let's say c takes on d5, c takes on d5, and queen b3. And sometimes in these positions, black is experiencing some how do you say, issues, right? Mm-hmm. With this pawn on b7, it's not really easy to defend. Okay, here specifically black can, of course, play queen c7, it hits the bishop on c1, and then play e6. But the question is the queen on c7 really so well positioned? No, so that's why white does this. White delays the move d4 so that in some lines, this early queen b3 becomes a thing.
Mm-hmm, exactly. So what happened in the game is knight f6.
Yeah, knight f6, knight c3. I think this knight c3 is exactly directed against bishop f5 and bishop g4. And here, Praneeth's opponent, Matthias Schutten, he says, okay, fine. Yeah, let's just ignore this, play e6, which is a very classical setup. Black usually wants to play knight, bd7, bishop d6, and have a solid game. b3, yeah, again, I think it makes sense for white to position the bishop on b2 and see where the game is going to take him. Bishop d6, bishop b2, castles, and queen c2. I love this because, Martin, here white still keeps the options open. For example, he could play something like d4, bishop d3 and, I don't know, I mean, reach some kind of a classical setup, but also there are some very original ideas, like think about g4, g5, rook g1, and a long castle.
Yeah, exactly. I believe it was improved by Alexei Shirov, right? With this idea of g4, when the bishop is not standing on f8 already. And I believe Mikhail Krasenkov and Alexei Shirov were playing this setup with white.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm not entirely sure if g4, of course, is going to happen. It's a very bold move, so to speak, right? A statement. Knight bd7 here, black has done not yet anything wrong. He's thinking about e5. Maybe one thing I have to mention immediately, why black is not really rushing with his e5, which makes, of course, perfect sense. He's taking the center, he's opening up the bishop on c8. I mean, there might be some issues, again, with c takes on d5, take it, and knight b5. So I think in the long run, you don't really want to give up this Doxwa bishop if you're playing with black. And if you play something like knight c6, I could try to eliminate your Doxwa bishop, and then potentially black might have some long-term problems with the dark squares, because if at some point black plays e4, the consequences of opening white's Doxwa bishop could be felt long-term.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see, white is putting a pressure on the pawns in the center, even though not with the pawns, but with the minor pieces. So this is quite a nice attempt. That's why black at first played knight b to d7, just preparing e5 to happen. Then I have a spot on b8 for the bishop. And of course the other one, the light squared bishop, will go with b6 to b7 to the fianchetto. So this is the point of black.
Right, and now white just played a very careful move, bishop e2, I guess, to keep all the options open. He's waiting for black to play e5. Maybe if black gets very cautious and plays a6 first to push e5, then white is going to switch with d4 and essentially claim that black has committed himself to rather useless move of a6. I mean, this is still an opening phase, really interesting to see how the players are going to fight it out. By the way, I don't think we can completely rule out also while playing g4, so let's simply move on to the open under 16 section.
Yeah.
Marcin, and I have to ask, since you are the coach of the Polish team, are you coaching Jan Klimkowski or?
Unfortunately not.
Not him, yeah?
Not him. He's working with some other grandmaster from Poland. He's very well prepared as the opening phase. But here I believe he's a little bit out of the book because his opponent didn't want to talk with him. Let's put it from the very beginning. So after e4, c5, the Sicilian opening all up in defense, all up in variation d5. The other possibility, of course, is to play knight to c6, to f6, and he played d5, ed, queen d5, d4. I believe this is still the whole theory. cd, cd, bishop e7, queens. I don't know whether bishop e7 is the main line, but okay. Knight to c3, queen to d6, and bishop to d3, castle, and now white is starting to think. Even though we can see that white is a little bit better prepared, I believe, because he has more time on the clock. But of course, the position is roughly equal. I don't believe that system can make a great harm to black. So okay.
Right. I mean, the Lapan itself. Since I'm also a Sicilian player of many years, it usually, I mean, feels a bit uncomfortable for me because when you're playing Sicilian defense with the black scholar, usually it means that you're aiming for a sharp game, you want to take over the game, you're not playing to equalize, you're trying to demolish white center, try to take over the game. And the c3 move, sometimes it basically feels like you are trying to start a fire and your opponent comes with a fire extinguisher, right? it just means a slower, quieter game. And this move, a d5, I think it's the most ambitious move. We could argue, of course. I had some discussions with a good friend of mine, Igor Kovalenko, some years ago. We were discussing what is the more ambitious move here for black. Is it knight f6? Is it d5? And he tried to convince me that d5 is the more ambitious move. I agree. Now the point is that we are reaching the so-called IQP potential setup. IQP means isolated queen's pawn structure here on d4. At some point, black grabs the pawn on d4. Yeah, bishop e3 is a move, knight a3 is a move. There's many moves here that white can do. C takes, bishop e7. Like you said, Martin, I have to confess, I'm not really sure if this is the main theory or not, but there's essentially a clash of ideas. Because what white is trying to do here in this position, white is trying to build up some sort of a kingside attack. So we're talking about some long-term ideas like short castle, put the rook on c1, put the bishop on b1, queen d3, try to scare you with some big attack, big mate idea on h7, put the knight on e5, put the bishop on g5, and simply try to start a powerful kingside attack. So what black is trying to do at the same time, black wants to play moves like b6, bishop d7, sometimes bishop d7, bishop c6, occupy the d5 square and say, your attack is going nowhere, but pawn on d4 and the outpost on d5, this gives me great play. Now the question is, who's right?
I believe black is right here.
You would like to choose the black's perspective, yeah?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't like to play with Isolani. Rather against it, and because I have also there are sort of a lot of plans, of course, that are very well known, and here after queen c2, black I believe can try to play knight to c6 at first and then b6 and just stop the pawn on the square on d5 as you mentioned. Okay, we can move to the next board, I believe, because here we shall see, it's just the beginning of a game, right?
Yeah, but I slightly don't like this queen c2 move, I have to confess, because I'm not entirely sure. Okay, maybe this is a start of a new plan, right? Maybe indeed what is thinking about something very dramatic as a long castle, but the way I understand these classical IQP positions, that normally the rook goes here, the bishop goes here on b1. And that's why with the queen on c2, my first impression, Martin, is that now for white, it's going to be a bit more difficult to build up this battery, because the way I see it, the bishop should be behind the queen, not in front of the queen.
Yeah, exactly. When trying to mate black, it's really necessary to put the bishop on b1, but okay, as you mentioned, maybe this is the other plan, but on the other hand, white is playing quite fast, so it seems that he's prepared with that.
All right. So let's move to the second board of under 16, open under 16. What do we have here? Axel Kvaloy, the young talent from Norway, he is playing against Ivor Colev. So what is this? Just a second. It looks very, very familiar, but I can't immediately understand.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's what I wouldn't have guessed.
Me neither. I would say it was some sort of Sicilian, and with d3 by white and then de, and that's why we have the open d file, right?
All right, so this is some sort of a offbeat way try to meet a black's potential King's Indian defense and the Grunfeld. I mean, the way I see it, the King's Indian defense and the Grunfeld, because we still don't know what a black is going to choose, this is a very famous weapon among many players. And I think the main reason is that because it's very simple to apply against basically everything that white can throw against you except of e4. So let's say white normally will play after this g6, white will play something like c4, fight for the center, bishop g7, knight c3, thinking about e4, and usually here the theory comes at the crossroads because black can play d5, try to stop white from playing e4, and then we reach some Grunfeld positions, or play a short castle, which by the way now is a topic in the Open 18 game of Pozzari against Murzin, where black allows white to play e4 and then tries to demolish it. But bishop g5, Martin, this is something else, and it looks a bit offbeat, but it's playable. Why not?
Of course, white has a very nice plan, knight b to d2, and then to play e4, so to attack in the center. Of course, at first I would like to grab the knight on f6, so that's why I believe bishop g7 is necessary, and was played, knight b to d2, and now black has to decide whether he wants to play d6 and after e4 to castle and have his sort of King's Indian defense kit set up. Then putting the knight on b to d7, maybe to play e5, or I want to play d5 immediately. But on the other hand, then my dark squares are quite weak. So that's why this is the question to black. What type of position do you want?
That's right. There's many choices. Black decided, okay, I'm just going to continue to play my King's Indian defense. Here, c3. White is not revealing his cards just yet. h6. I like this move because very often, including early h6, asks White to identify his setup. He can take on f6 or retreat. White decided to retreat. d6, e4, c5. All right, that's the choice by black. And now look at this. D takes on c5. I like this choice. What do you think? I mean, I like this choice because, Marcin, the way I see it, d takes c5, d takes on c5. Now, White's pawn structure makes perfect sense.
Against this bishop, right?
Yeah, it's positioned. These two pawns are limiting the power of the bishop on g7. Let's say if White wouldn't be doing this and play something like bishop e2 or bishop d3. Okay, maybe let me make some
bishop d3.
More active move. C takes. And the way I see in these positions, this knight on d2 is not really so great. And now you have to watch out for ideas like g5, knight h5. I'm not necessarily saying that this is immediately working here, but just an idea. I want to kill your dark square bishop, and then after knight c6, queen b6, you see this pawn on d4 is suddenly under a heavy fire for White, and if you play something like d4, d5, it opens a monster on g7, and I think this is precisely the reason why here after c5, Kvaloy took on c5 and simply changed the course of the game.
Yeah, of course, after cd, it would be really nice to have the knight on c3. Of course, White cannot do it immediately, right? So in that variation, if it was possible to put the knight from d2 to c3, then White would have a great advantage because of the centralized pawns and superior position in the center, right? But here, as you can see, the knight is on d2. That's why this is really a good attempt. So this is bishop to e2, knight to c6. Okay, I believe White is slightly better. Black's idea, I believe, is connected with playing g5, right? To go to f4, either to take the bishop on g3.
Yeah, indeed. So knight h5, I like this move. Queen c2, Kvaloy keeps all the options open. Rook b8. Okay, that is a bit strange move. I'm not entirely sure I understand the purpose. Yeah, what for? Precisely, what for? Because do you really want to play b5? I don't understand, because then I can play a4, try to challenge your pawn here. It's a bit strange. I thought if you play knight h5 here, it would make a lot of sense to, if you say a, you gotta say b as well, and something like either knight f4 or g5, right? What's wrong with g5? Bishop g3, try to kill the bishop here, takes, and I think usually what they do here in these positions is position the bishop on e6, because now you see the white knight cannot get rid of this bishop here, but I mean, maybe White still keeps some minor pressure here.
Yeah, okay, but still, I believe if I take out the bishop, if I trade the bishop and play queen c7 and put my rook on d8 and then play e6, I believe I shouldn't be that worse.
Absolutely, I completely agree. Yeah, so this looks perfectly playable for black. I think that Kvaloy here should not be overly happy with opening results. Anyway, it's still an opening phase, and after rook b8, which is a slightly odd move, White plays a4 to limit black's threats to play b5.
Okay, if I were White, I would rather play rook f to d1, just bringing a place for the bishop if needed. After knight f4, I can choose to go to f1. And I'm on the open file. I don't know whether I need this a4. Maybe I need it so that the knight will freely go to c4. But okay, it's really interesting position. I believe both of them are out of the book, so out of the preparation. So we shall see what will go farther.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to understand what's this move, rook b8, Marcin, and I'm thinking that clearly Ivor here with black, he knows what he's doing. And I think that he is looking for this right moment to play g5, right? He expects that white is going to play bishop g3 at some point, then he's going to trade it. Maybe if white rushes with bishop g3 early, he can take on g3 without weakening his kingside with g5, right? Maybe there's nothing wrong with this rook b8, and it's just a part of a deeper plan to play b5, bishop e6, so that after bishop e6, white cannot play bishop c4. And that brings us to the next move, a4. White thwarts black's plan to play bishop e6, and so that then he can play bishop c4. Wow, this is really deep.
Yeah, I don't know whether the players support our ideas. I don't know. Maybe now, even now, I can play bishop e6 if needed, right? The rook on b8, I believe, is misplaced. I would rather have the queen on c7, bishop on e6, and rook a to d8 instead.
All right. Either way, let's move on to the next age group because we have 6 of them in total. So let's start with the open group under 14, where we have the top-seeded player representing FIDE, Sava Vetokhin. Here he has some anti-Sicilian, anti-Nadro position against Brian Zhang. Well, I know this quite well. So walking us through step by step. Yes, c3. Yes, exactly. I mean, these c3 anti-Sicilians, anti-Najdorfs, this is usually so painful for black because black is aiming for a sharp game, and the first players which jump to my mind, Marcin, historically, I mean, Robert James Fisher, Gary Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, okay, from the modern players also, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Those are the players who are playing Sicilian Najdorf. That is the Cadillac of chess. This is where you get very interesting, sharp games, and then your opponent plays something a bit slow, like c3.
Yeah, it makes you know, you might get nervous with black when people do that, right?
All right.
So
okay, this is known trick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight e4, queen a4, g6, castles, bishop g7. This is the main theory. Bishop b5. Yeah. Here the point is that white cannot really play d4. I mean, you would love to do that, but the point is now the pawn on e4 is under attack, and this queen a4 check is just a check because your pawn on d4 now closes the attack on the knight on e4, and this is precisely the reason why white gives the check first, trades the bishops, and plays rook e1 with d4. To be honest, I have never really seen this particular order with moves, but I like it.
I wouldn't say that it might be dangerous for black, to be honest, because I did nothing wrong with black, and white made 2 moves with light squared bishops. Bishop in the opening. Of course, he's fighting for a center, but I believe that after castling or knight c6, d4, I can take and play d5 and put my knight on e4 as well.
Yeah, I believe this is one of the main tabias of this position. White gains center, and black usually tries to undermine it with d5, e5, knight e4. But wait a second, Marcin. I'm not entirely sure this is so great. Because if we go a bit further, let's say I play something like knight e2 or knight c3, whatever is the most accurate move. Let's say knight c3.
Okay, I will have to trade.
Yeah, takes, castles. Yeah. And then at some point, I feel like you might be, okay, probably h4 somewhere, because this is one of the common ideas to underline your kingside weaknesses. I feel at some point you might have to play e6. And then these positions somehow usually favor for white, because you have a lot of dark squares to cover.
Yeah, okay, but on the other hand, I can try to play something like f6, also attack the center. So I believe it's not that bad. So I would say, you know, I did nothing wrong with black. And you have a weakness on c3 on the other hand. I have a square on c4 for my knight as well. So, you know, it is a sort of a discussion, a chess discussion on which side do you prefer to have, right?
Right.
And you would choose white, as I see.
I mean, because I have played this so many years, I have to confess, I have played this line from bishop b5. You're going to see immediately what I'm aiming at. After bishop b5, bishop d7, queen d7, there's the old line. Short castle, knight f6, rook e1, knight c6, and c3. So this was quite a thing something like 7-8 years ago. Everybody was playing it at top level, and c takes, d5, e5, knight e4, and the theory only is starting here.
Yeah, I know. Some of us have prepared some notes about it as well, I know.
All right, but here you see black is not committed to g6 and bishop g7, and instead he plays bishop e7. And even here, I know the almighty stockfish somehow still favors the white color. So I would not be really surprised that this line at some point is going to come back anyway.
And here we have this g6 and fianchetto bishop, right? So then I'm not going to play e6 immediately, on the other hand. So maybe this is a trick, right? That black would be supposed to put the bishop on g7 and not on e7. So it might be a sort of a trick, just to put the bishop on e2 and then to b5.
That's right. All right, on the other game of under open section under 14, here we have, whoa, what is this? This is something really sharp. The game of Banh playing against Swan, Bruno, Fernandez, Lira. What happened here?
Yeah, it's a good question because I believe that white is winning.
Is he?
Yeah, you cannot, of course, you cannot take on c6 because of bishop b5 and lose a queen. And if not, then I take on b5 with the pawn, right?
Wait a second. I want to have some context.
How did it happen? All right. So this is the Caro-Kann defense with knight on f6. We need to, of course, now there is a very well-known trick, knight b to d7, knight to d6 mate.
Yeah, this is what chess coaches usually show to kids in the very first lesson. This is something you do not do. All right, so that's why. I mean, this queen e2 is something, Marcin, I recognize myself in the line where white plays d3. d3, very fancy move today. After bishop g4, h3, and then sometimes you play this idea of queen e2 later. Imprison the bishop on f1, but white says, in this particular position, the queen on e2 stands really well. I don't care about my Lascaux bishop here on f1, because, I mean, I can always play g3, bishop g2, and things are just fine.
It is possible to play with that, and of course, black has to take on e4 with the knight, and after taking back, then I can choose between queen d5 and bishop e6 and knight to d7, I believe. So knight to e4 was played, queen to e4 and knight to d7. The other possibility is to play immediately queen d5, offering to trade the queens, and then there is a very sharp line after the knight. Queen f4, queen f5, and then you can take on c2, and something like that happened in few games, I believe. Then white gives away the pawn, but on the other hand, the attack, the development, and then putting the bishop on b2 might be dangerous for black. But here, black played knight to d7, bishop c4, and now, of course, queen is untouchable due to mate on f7. So that's why e6 was played. Queen to e2, b5, right? Bishop to d3. Now a4.
No, it's a gambit. I think it's a gambit, Marcin.
Maybe.
It
seems the pawn on c6 was hanging, right?
Right.
All the time.
It seems that black did this on purpose. I'm not really familiar with this one.
Me neither.
For example, let's say queen e2, b5. Now the question is, why can't you take on c6 immediately?
Maybe queen b6, and after bishop b5, I have bishop d7.
Wait a second. There's so many discovered checks you should be afraid of.
Yeah, bishop d7 maybe now.
Bishop. Oh, wow.
And you have some problems with your knight and the bishop, right?
Okay, this is something really interesting. I have to confess, I don't know this.
Me neither. That's why, it's just my guess.
All right, so apparently, I mean, very, very quickly looking at this position, it seems that indeed queen c7 you can't otherwise protect the knight by bishop b5, and after bishop d7,
you can come back on e5.
Queen c4 is too much, yeah? It's too much. Some rook
this is too much, but with the queen on b6, you cannot move your knight. That's why queen b6 is more precise, I believe.
Yeah, queen b6, you're right.
Queen c7 is not good, right?
Yeah.
Instead of queen c7, queen b6.
All right. So this is the reason why white play bishop d3.
Yeah.
Black insists. I mean, you still can take on c6, and white is not in the mood. So he included a4, queen c7, and now he takes on c6. So this is the backstory, and I think that I don't think that white is winning here. This was part of black's plan, and he is aiming to get a compensation for the sacrificed material. But the question is, how big is this compensation we're talking about?
But don't believe in black's position, to be honest. After castling, I will just take the pawn on b5, and then I will castle my king, and he will be safe there. So I wouldn't say that this is good for black. Maybe some bishop b7. I have some issues with the pawn on h2, but on the other hand, after bishop b7, now I can play h3 and then castle. So I believe, looking also at the time that both players spent till now, actually it's not good for black. I would say it's just a gamble.
And I would agree. So maybe black is not going to focus on winning back at least one pawn, but go aggressive, something like e5, e4.
Yeah, it is possible, of course.
We're going to see. I'm not convinced things are really so simple here because white is underdeveloped. Here, I can easily imagine for white having some issues with castling because after e4, now the pawn on h2 will be under attack, let's say. It looks ugly, of course, to play h3, e4, bishop c4,
bishop f5, maybe
bishop
some a6, maybe at first.
Yeah, maybe a6 and some ideas to sacrifice an exchange on a8, a con c6. Okay, this could be really an interesting game to follow, so let's keep an eye on this game. But now let's have a look at what's happening in the girls under 18. Now, this is the top-seeded player, Yelizaveta Hrabenshikova. He's playing against Gauri Menon. A classical Grunfeld, isn't it?
Yeah, so nothing special, I believe. And now black started to think. To be honest, I don't know why. Because, of course, she knows the theory here, if she plays Grunfeld usually. But I believe it is not a very, very good decision of black. Her rating is much higher. And going to the Grunfeld, seems to be, not the best choice because there are plenty of drawish lines where you can do it actually almost by force. So I believe if you play for a win, and in the first round you always play for a win if you are high-rated player, it's not the best idea, I would say.
I think that one name probably is going to disagree with me, Maxim Shelograf, one of the world's greatest experts in the Grunfeld. He plays the Grunfeld at every level and he still gets very good results. But I agree. I agree that at a certain level, the Grunfeld, which often is regarded as a very ambitious, a very interesting, active defense, it does lead to these drawing, forcing lines. But the question is this happening? Of course, at this level, we don't know that. And usually there's a big tactical struggle because white is early given a very powerful center, which is not immediately contested. And black is saying that in the long run, I want to demolish your center with moves like knight c6, rook d8, and if the white knight goes to f3 also, add bishop g4 on top of things, and then demolish the center, and in the long run have a chance to organize outside pass pawn at a queen side. So again, I just love these ideas in the opening phase, Marcin, where there's a struggle between two ideas. Who's going to be right?
Yeah, it's a good thing, but still, I would say it's not a good choice for the first round of any event, right?
All right, I'm not going to argue.
This is the only thing I would say. I'm not saying that Grunfeld is bad, right? No, I cannot. I'm too weak. But on the other hand, I believe there are plenty other openings that can be played just to have more complicated position.
Yeah, here black is choosing what to do. After queen d2, there is a choice to play c takes on d4. Maybe black is thinking about this opportunity here. C takes, queen takes on d2. You can't take for the bishop because the pawn on d4 is under attack. King takes on d2 looks a bit scary, but the queens are off the board. White keeps his pawn center intact, and it could be difficult for black to ruin this harmonious setup that white has, because after knight c6 you have to watch out for bishop b5, and if you now castle short, also by the way protecting the bishop on c8, I'm not sure what's the theory here. Could be something like bishop b5, knight e2, rook d1, and king e1, and white simply keeps his center.
Exactly, and always I have this rook c7. It looks a little bit like Rubinstein-Schlechter game with this bishop on b5 and rook on c1, I would say. So it's a tough task for black, actually, I believe. What to choose, right? A playable position.
All right, let's check the second board of the open, of the girls section of under 18. Here we have Leah Kurmangaliyeva playing against Jessica Hyatt. Some stone wall setup, it appears to be.
Yeah, but the queen stands on f6 and the knight on e7, which makes it a little bit more confusing, I would say. So let's look how did it happen actually. So d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3, c6, triangle, bishop to d6, b3, knight to d7, bishop b2. All right, of course, white's idea would be to trade the dark squared bishops, but here it is not possible due to the check on a5 at the end of the day. That's why bishop b2, f5, bishop d3, and queen f6. All right, the thing is, white wants to grab the pawn on d5, and then black cannot take back with the pawn from e line, because the pawn on f5 is hanging. And it would be brilliant for black to do it, right? To take back with the pawn from e line. That's why after bishop d3, queen is supporting the pawn on f5, queen c2 one more time I want to take on d5, knight to e7, protecting the pawn on f5, knight c3, and here we are.
It's a very interesting point you're mentioning there, Marcin. So maybe I'll explain it a bit deeper here. Now the point is here after f5, bishop d3, queen f6. Why black doesn't really want to play c takes on d5 and c takes on d5? I mean, it's not really a big tragedy, so to speak, right? But after c takes on d5, black is weakening the b5 square. So you need to watch out for moves like knight c3, or maybe even bishop a3 suddenly becomes a thing. And now white uses this open c file, like rook c1, knight b5, and combined with the efforts of the e5 square, white usually has some advantage. So that's why the widespread understanding here is that in these positions, as you just correctly said, black always wants to play e takes on d5 to nullify white's initiative at the queen side.
Yeah, exactly. And the bishop on c8 is not a big pawn in that variation if I take with ed, right? Because if after cd, I'm forced to play a6, and it seems my bishop has no future on c8, right? Or any other square on the board, actually. That's why queen f6 was played, and here...
Yeah, and here this is the current position. White, I think, wants to keep some tension in the center, so I don't think in the next couple of moves we are going to see moves like c takes on d5 or c5, because if white rushes with c5, this gives black a green light to push e5, and now all of black's piece placement makes perfect sense. Let's continue to observe. I believe this is the age group of under 16, I think. Yeah, we don't have here the age group. I think, yeah, this is the girls under 16, where Mariam Guatua is playing against one of the top seeded players, Alua Nurmanova. King's Indian defense, and it appears a dream position for Nurmanova, because black in the King's Indian defense is supposed to attack at the king side. Just very quickly show you what happened at the start.
And to defend on the queen side, right? And here, as you can see, black is trying to play on both sides. She stopped the attack on the queen side and started to attack on the king side. So a brilliant position for her.
This is a textbook game. And I have a feeling maybe Mariam even has done nothing wrong here. But my first impression is that black has achieved more.
Yeah.
Because black wants to play these knight f6 or rook f6, rook g6, g4, g3 ideas, try to get to the king. And white is supposed to play a3, b4, c5, take the pawn on d6, put the knight on b5, and in the long run create a potential weakness on d6. But at least visually, looking at the board, it appears that black is a bit faster.
Yeah, totally. White must have before already on the board, but here, as you can see, it is stopped by this a5. So that's why I believe black is doing extremely well. Now your idea of playing rook f6, I really enjoy, and then putting the rook on g6, g4. I am always afraid of such a structure when playing with white. That line, of course, I need to have a counterplay. That's why your idea of playing a3 before is correct, but I believe it's a little bit too slow.
All right, we are gonna see. Again, it's a clash of styles. Who is gonna be right? Is White's plan at the queen side gonna prevail, or Black is gonna take over the game at the king side? Could be still early to tell. Let's move to the second board of the girls under 16, where we have Chukyao Wang playing against Marina Levchenko. Classical Karlsbad. What's your experience with Karlsbad, Marcin?
I have never played with Black. The Karlsbad structure, I prefer White in that line. So because that it is much easier to play with White. I have a very nice minority attack on the queen side, just like before a4, b5, creating the weakness on c6 and trying to attack it. And I believe without the Black squared bishops, it's not that easy to have a counterplay on the king side by Black. So I would say it's a great thing for White.
Yeah, so very quickly strolling through, this bishop e7. I think bishop e7 has become quite popular for quite some time, because after knight f6, very often White plays c takes, positions the bishop on g5, getting to this classical Karlsbad, and bishop e7 is a bit odd move, but it stops White from playing bishop g5.
Exactly.
Knight f3, knight f6, takes, bishop g5, castle. But wait a second, are you supposed to do this? The way I understand it, Marcin, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think that Black is supposed to play c6 and position the bishop on f5 immediately.
If possible.
If possible, right?
After c6, White would play queen c2, I believe, right? Stopping your plan.
Yeah, and there's this big discussion. Who is going to be faster? Is Black going to be faster to position the bishop on f5, or White is going to be faster by slowing it down? Then Black can still play g6 and insist on playing bishop f5. I mean, okay, we are not going to bore you with the details, the viewers here, but this is essentially the bread and butter of the Karlsbad structure, because this bishop on c8 for Black is often the so-called problem child, and Black is trying to figure out what to do with this, and sometimes it even goes as far as bishop g4, bishop h5, and bishop g6.
Exactly. So,
all right, but it didn't happen. And now we just transpose to this position. White plays rook b1, idea to play b4, b5, create a weakness on c6, and at least the way I'm explaining to my students, Marcin, is that these pawns, the pawn structure, the pawns on f2, e3, d4, they're showing you direction where you should be playing. And it means it's like an arrow. You should be playing at the queen side. And the same applies for Black. b7, c6, d5 form an arrow. And it says, your business, Black, is at the king side.
I believe it. No, I have never heard it. Maybe because I'm not your student.
Maybe I invented it. I don't know where I heard it.
Maybe, but because, it's really brilliant. It's really, convinced me that it is the good plan.
Okay, there you go. All right, let's continue to observe. We have one more age group we haven't yet seen. And after this, these games, we are going to make but our very first break, because our main host, Keti Tsatsalashvili, is joining us after that. But let's first wrap up what's happening here. And we have the game of Hangxi Zhang playing against Anna Shukman, the pre-tournament favorite.
Okay, so I don't know this opening, to be honest. So maybe you have more knowledge about it. If not, let's take a look what happened here. Okay, this is a very, very well-known line before.
Yeah, this is very, very topical line, of course. I also want to say I know a lot of things here. I'll just say I don't. So White is here. White plays very aggressively e4. Actually, it's Black who first starts with d takes on c4 and tries to grab this pawn. There is a more quieter move e3, but e4. White wants to take on c4 and have the strong center, and this is precisely the reason why Black cannot allow to do this. The other move, I believe here is bishop b4, also a possibility. So b5, knight e5, knight b5, knight b6.
Protecting the pawn on c4, of course.
Yeah, and sometimes Black even gives up this pawn for some compensation, which is quite a common theme. Queen d7, rook c1, knight a5, and no, I mean, Black says, I care about this pawn. All right.
Yeah, now the knight on b5 is hanging, so White has to do something with that. The queen starts to attack the knight. So what should I do? Play a4, I don't like. I don't want to play knight a3 because then like can freely take it with the bishop. Okay, a4 was played, but then the square on b3 is quite weak, right? My knight from a5 may attack. So maybe now I can play something like a6, knight to c3, and just play h6, asking the bishop where does it go. And then I can go to b4, r to e7. I believe it's very, very nice position. Very, very easy, a double-edged position. Both sides have a great chances here, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. And definitely, it's a very interesting, sharp, strategical battle here, and that's why it's quite understandable that Anna Shukman, one of the tournament favorites, has chosen this. And there's a lot of great examples at the highest level to follow. I'm sure that she really knows the theory here very well. So on the second board of the girls under 14, here we have Zarina Nurmanova playing against Yasmina Alemanova. It's French, I think so.
Yeah,
Like
it looks like French totally.
So very, very quickly to browse through the games. Yes, French. They had one variation of the French, which is not very popular today for some reason. But
maybe it's just a state of fashion, and people will come back to e5 with playing with white against the French.
I think most of the people today do play knight c3. I'm one of the few who plays knight e2. Obviously, knight e2 is inferior to knight c3, and knight c3 there's a lot of sharp theory after the bishop b4, the Steinitz or Renova variations. Very interesting lines. Okay, e5 of course is a perfectly playable line. Bishop d7. I mean, back in the day, queen b6 was almost automatic move here, but okay, theory is obviously moving on. Bishop e2, rook c8, castles, bishop e7. Look at that. I mean, black is not developing the knight on g8, and instead develops the bishop and f6.
And she was playing that quite fast, as you can see.
Right? So the point is that she offers to take on f6, for example. Let's say take it, knight takes on f6, white decides to grab the pawn on c5, which feels like a great pawn. There might be problems after knight g4. Exactly. I'm not sure what white is going to do against knight takes on e3, for example, bishop d4 and e5.
Yeah, exactly. This is horrible for white, I would say.
Yeah, unless there's some tactical issues like with h3, some intermezzo moves, could be. But anyway, white decided not to do that, play knight e2. Black decided to include a capture on d4, and instead of grabbing the pawn on e5, played knight h6, allowing white to double these pawns. And this is quite interesting because when I was a kid, and I was also playing myself the advanced variation of the French, I had the impression that this is pretty good for black. But is it though?
I would be satisfied with black, to be honest. I have a pair of bishops, the position is quite open. My king will be safe after short castling. Okay, the drawback of the position is of course the pawn structure, the double pawns on the h file, but on the other hand, it's not that bad, I would say.
I think it really depends how this position will be played out, because I can definitely see the pros and cons for both players. Because if black will somehow open up this bishop on f6, the pawn on d4 will be gone. There's no question that black is better. Also, if white will be able to secure a dominant control of the dark squares, play something like, I don't know, bishop b5, kill the knight on c6, anchor the knight on e5, secure it with something like knight c1, knight e3, and on top of these things also use the weaknesses on the h6, h7 pawns with moves like rook e3. Could be a totally dominating game for white, but I guess we are going to see. It's still too early to tell.
Yeah, I believe it's, it is a very, very knight before there is a threat of knight to c2. You have to deal with that. That's why white played bishop to d3. She's not afraid of exchanging the bishop for the knight. Your idea was to go to b5 to take on c6, and now white is just, showing, okay, you can take my bishop, but on the other hand, you will always have the problems with the bishop on d7. I can now play knight to c5 with the a3 idea, I believe, and then I would like to take back on d3 with the knight.
Yeah, if you manage to establish this control of the dark squares in the center, I think white has definitely very good chances here.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so we have made our very first overview of what's happening in all the age groups in the World Youth Chess Championships of year 2023 here in Montesilvano, Italy. So we are going to make our very first break. So the viewers, don't go anywhere. Hope you are liking the coverage so far. Leave your insights, your questions in the chat. And after the break, we are going to have back the main host, Keti Tsatsalashvili, who is ready to bring her emotion and positiveness here from Italy. So thank you again, Murzin, for joining me. And dear viewers, we'll be seeing you in something like 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
See you.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE World Youth Chess Championship under 14, 16, 18. Here we are in Montesilvano in Italy, and this is our first round of the 11-round tournament. In the studio, we are working for you, Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans and myself, Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. Big thanks to our friend Grandmaster Murzin, who just joined the commentary and gave us his expert commentary. But now, from this moment on, the game's gonna start to shape in very interesting moments, and we are going to cover mainly the top boards, right, Arturs?
Right. Also, we can have a look at from time to time what's happening on other boards. So maybe this is also where you, the viewers, can excel. And if you see one of the live games being broadcasted and your favorite players playing, we can have a peek and see what is going on. So what do we do, Keti? Do we go back to the under 18 group, check what's happening there?
Yeah, as a starter, I want to say that this tournament was one of the most important for me, as I was the youth player, and I was preparing whole year to play 2 events in 1 year, which was the European Championship and World Championship. And to get the medal at this tournament, it's so prestigious for every participant who is here, and for each federation who is taking part. So this tournament, Arturs, can change some of the lives of these kids in a very good direction. And this is just the beginning. We're gonna see in the end of the tournament new World Youth Chess Champions. I agree. We can just continue from the moment that we state. Maybe perhaps this is the most critical one, and I think this is the only grandmaster that plays in this tournament, Murzin, Volodar, and the other players are international masters, mostly.
Yeah, but then again, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, we had this discussion briefly with Murzin if Murzin indeed is going to be such a heavy favorite. Definitely according to the ratings, but one thing we can definitely expect that there might be a lot of surprises, underrated players. By the way, one of the most recent results which immediately jumped to my mind, Keti, is Hans Niemann's play also in the World Juniors, right?
Yeah.
He was by far the highest seeded level player in the tournament. He didn't even manage to finish in top 3 once again. I mean, Hans was playing pretty well chess, but it just, again, just showcases that there might be a lot of underrated players and we don't know who they are, right? Could be from India, could be from Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
There are a lot of talented kids from Iran, etc. So it's going to be really fun to follow. And I love how you said, Keti, about the importance of the tournament. And absolutely, I have played myself in these World Youth Championships myself many years ago already, and I try to remember when was the last time. It was actually 1999.
I saw your tweet about this.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
Unbelievably a long time ago in Oropesa del Mar, Spain. So awesome memories. But about the tournament format, one thing we have to underline here, that this is essentially the tournament of champions. These are the champions of the countries, and that's why it's the most prestigious tournament of the year for these kids. They're training all year long. They're playing in many international tournaments to get their experience, but still it comes down to this tournament where it's all about the prestige. And I think also one of the main reasons, of course, why Murzin is here, he wants to win this title so badly.
He wants the title, and this is indeed the event that these kids fight it out in their own countries. And sometimes I remember it was harder to play in Georgian Championship in my age group rather than into the World Tour Championship, because in the World the tournament you have many different openings, and when you play your own national championship, fewer players, and if you just do some incorrect moves, you will be punished big time for that, and you will have very difficult time to come back. So yeah, it's. I want to mention another very interesting detail here: how many of these participants are right now in the one playing venue, and we have this beautiful camera which shows all the 770 plus, I think, participants in one room, which is another amazing thing to witness. And here we have this footage of the camera, a lot of space for everyone. We also see the arbiters. As I know, there are not spectators allowed here, or the parents. I saw them waiting outside. And it's also another thing that I never liked when the groups were in a different rooms. I always liked to play in the same room as, I don't know, for instance, there was Janne Pomnishi or Magnus Carlsen, just 2 years older than me, and of course I want to see all the top grandmasters playing the same competition. And back on those days, these guys were already very, very strong chess players. So,
speaking about the safety measures here, they're a very high level, and if you probably couldn't see that, dear viewers, before the start of the coverage, because there's obviously no live footage for that, but there was forming a large queue before the players could enter this venue, because every single player is going through the metal detector. The rules of enforcing the fair play here are pretty serious. No watches, no pens, no mobile phones, of course, are allowed in the playing venue. Of course, no parents are allowed in the playing hall. I believe there's also a brand new change for the representatives of the delegations. They can be there for something like the first minutes or so, then they have to leave. So things are really strict, and I think once again it's important to underline this, that safe play, fair play policy here is enforced at the highest level, and
keeps everyone safe in the tournament. All right, let's now talk a little bit about the chess and just dive into the variations. This is a time control here, so some of the games might continue for a long time, and also the tournament itself is quite long, 11 rounds. They need to keep a good energy, but we are here in Italy, which means that we have a lot of nice food here every day. So the players, participants will have a good chance to recover, and also we are very close to the seaside, and that's also some nice way to spend your day before or after the round. That's very important for the youth tournaments to have also side activities. And not
actually, I saw some kids in the hotel where we were staying, a Grand Hotel. Some kids already were playing football,
yes.
And I know that the team I arrived here, the Latvian national team, they also brought together volleyball, right? They have planned some activities. So it's not just chess, it's also a great opportunity for the players to spend some time, enjoy the last bits of the summer, because here, dear viewers, it's still 19 degrees last time I checked. It's a beautiful weather. Of course, it's November, but also very, very nice, cool weather at the coast of the Adriatic Sea. But you're right, Keti. Let's jump back to the action and see what's happening here in this game, because I have a feeling that Murzin has achieved more. And we have to go back a couple of moves here where White made this very, very committal choice here, which is dx on e5.
Oh, it is. Usually you close the center or keep the pawn on the board, but we don't very often take the pawn on e5 because it somehow simplifies the position and don't have this rich King's Indian opening anymore. There are some weaknesses in the position, as you're marking. D4 square can be taken under knight's control. Knight c5, bishop g4, bishop takes the knight, knight e6, and then knight can jump on d4. This might sound a big plan, but the game is not very tactical. It's like it doesn't have very sharp character. What can be the white side in this kind of positions, Arturs?
I think that this is a choice, of course, reasoned choice by White, and sometimes White does this to get a simpler game, meaning he wants to put the bishop on e3 to control the c5 square and then play c4, c5. But again, the devil is in the details. And now after bishop e3, you need to watch out for knight g4. Yeah. And obviously White is not going to be interested to trade the Oxford bishop. For some reason, by the way, knight g4 did not happen. So Murzin played c6, which is a great move. I like it. It controls the d5 and b5 squares. And those players who have played the King's Indian defense long enough, they know that the d6 square is a short-term problem. White can't really make any good use of this. For example, something like queen d6 Black can always just play a knight e8 and push away the queen. So that's why white didn't even bother to do that. There you go. h3, stopping black's knight g4, queen e7, queen c2, knight h5. And I have a feeling, Keti, that white's plan is a bit slow, because already about here he should be able to play b4, c5, knight e2, knight c4, put the rook on d1, and somehow anchor the knight on d6. Somehow, I don't see white doing this.
Yeah, that's quite a long plan, and obviously black also has its own ideas. And that can be one of the reasons why white is never giving up the control in the center, as black's play is quite nice here. Very simple, and you don't need to spend that much of the energy. These moves are just coming on the board right away. Queen f6, very tricky move. You have to watch out for knight h3. Pawn captures, as the knight on f3 will hang. How white actually deal with this?
That's a very good question. I already definitely prefer black. I think that here the top-seeded player in the open section under 18 should be very happy. He has a firm control of things, and white's plan of b4, c5 is feeling quite a distant dream, to be honest, right now. So I'm definitely choosing here black.
Black. I join with the choice here. So knight h3, and it also comes with a tactic, all these things. This knight h3 is the move. If you play king h1 or king h2, this somehow the king, it doesn't belong there. Maybe knight h2, knight g4 to kick the queen away.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think even if you play g3, black wants to play knight e6. This is where the knight actually wants to be. Knight e6, knight e4, knight c5. Yeah, I mean, this d4 square, it just feels so ugly for white. And whatever here Simone was planning with white, I don't think it really quite worked. Maybe it's, again, the nervousness playing against such an experienced player as Murzin.
First round, that
first round.
Can be. Also, the players just learned about the pairings this morning, so they had not enough time to prepare against very strong opponents, and very likely in most of the tournaments like this, the rating leaders are scoring usually the points. But still, the game is on. Arturs, there is like very interesting ideas here. I don't see this is happening, but like for instance, if white plays bishop to e2 to guard the knight on f3, there are some. This weakens the pawn on g2 and then h3. So then black might think to move the knight from d7 somewhere, like let's say rook to e8 or rook to d8, knight f8, knight e6, and to look for some kind of kingside sacrifices on h3 and g2.
I agree, but there's one problem with the plan.
Yes.
The bishop already was on e2 a moment ago.
You cannot go anymore.
I mean, it would feel weird, right? I mean, it's not like I'm saying that here white doesn't have to correct the mistake, but this is where it gets really tricky, because the white bishop already was on e2 a couple of moves ago. And now, after bishop f1, queen f6, it could be psychologically very difficult.
Very difficult, yeah. But also, it means that white just saw the g2 pawn was hanging, so he will not go back with this anymore, seems like. So white is taking some of the time, but it's interesting that black earlier burned more time on the clock. He thought more than his opponent.
Yeah, Murzin has spent already 40 minutes. Again, dear viewers, the time control of the tournament is 90 minutes for the 40 games, and then there's a second time control, 30 minutes after move 40 is made. And also, a good reminder is that there's a Sofia rule enforced. It means no draws are allowed before move 30. But of course, I don't really think that this move right now is necessary. It's perhaps more for the later stages when the leaders are meeting against each other. Yeah. And I think actually we have to thank for that. For some super grandmasters, sometimes they make these quick draws, and the spectators are a bit disappointed to see it happening. And that's precisely the reason why the Sofia rule was brought to practice.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Let's jump maybe on the second board to check out if we have any interesting situations. And meanwhile, we can ask to our chat on YouTube to let us know if he has any favorites, if they have any favorites in this tournament, and which country they are supporting. Some of the countries have very big delegation. Some of them countries are usually going with a small delegation, but they all have supporters for sure.
I mean, we are definitely going to come up with more precise numbers tomorrow because this is the very first day. Some of the players might not have arrived, so we'll come back with the numbers. How many countries, what's the exact amount of the players who have arrived here, which is the most presented country, etc. So I believe, of course, Italy should be one of the most represented countries here, being the hosts.
We do have actually, in fact, 80 countries, of 80 FIDE countries. And according to the registration that we had yesterday, as you mentioned, some of the players might not just arrive. We have the most participants in under 14 open group, and this is the lowest category. And Arturs, I don't know if it was the same when you were playing youth championship, but the age grows, they have less and less players in this kind of tournaments. And like under 10, there are more players. It can be 200, but then under 18, it can be less than 80.
I have to confess, it was 20 years ago. So I don't really remember.
These participants were not even born in that time, right?
I don't even remember, but I mean, definitely the younger groups, now that you're saying, it definitely brings the memory that the younger groups, especially under 8, 10 and 12, they were having more players. And why, by the way, it's a fair point, we have to mention why we are not seeing here the age groups of under 8, 10 and 12. Because it's already been how many years? Something like 10 years, I think, maybe slightly less, around 10, I think, ever since FIDE made this decision to split. To split the World Championships. I mean, it's under 8, 10 and 12. This is the World Cadet Championships, the younger group, which was held earlier this year in October in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. The champions already are known. This event is over. And then there's the Youth Championship under 14, 16 and 18. And I still played at those times, Keti, when it was one gigantic tournament, and probably the reason why this was split because it was just too much for the organizers. I mean, imagine yourself, you have to accommodate, do the best possible
for the kids.
2,000 kids.
Yeah, and the parents and the company.
And the parents as well.
Arturs, I had a very funny story from World Championship in Vietnam. It was thousands of the kids, really a lot of kids in one playing venue, and also they were bringing a lot of spectators from the schools, so it was always crowded, and there was an occasion when the electricity just went out. So all these kids, also under 10, under 12, like all these small kids, they started to panic. Myself, I was also scared because it was just the darkness and a lot of kids just confused what to do. We didn't know. So there was one of the scariest moments at the tournament, which can cause some of the confusion for the kids. But I agree with this point that it's just very difficult for everyone to have so many participants in one event, and we have to point it out fairly that these kids are not, they're underage kids, so they still need some supervision.
Of course. The only thing which now remains the same is the European Championship, and that is still every age group is being held at the same place. And I think also maybe the reason is that there are not so many participants in the European Championships compared to World Championships. Of course, it makes sense. All right, going back to the chess part, we are now following the second seeded player in the under 18 group, Vupala Pranith, playing against Matthias Schutten. It appears that White sacrificed a pawn a couple of moves ago. I mean, I had this discussion with Marcin earlier, Keti, here that after Queen C2, 97, we're discussing that White has number of ways to continue. It's the classical D4, Bishop D3, etc. And we briefly mentioned this very odd-looking move G4, which feels very nice.
Oh, I love that. Just hours before I was commentating tournament, Women's Chess Championship, and Yifan, who won the match against Shabalova, she was going G4 every time she was playing.
Every chance she got to play G4,
she was going for G4, attacking all the time. So that was very successful. In this opening, actually, G4, I like to play Rook to G1 with the idea to G4, yes. Actually, when I was playing, G4 was not I was scared to give up the pawn. I like to prepare it. And also, when you play Rook G1, your opponent can panic somehow, and you can always give a chance to your opponent to make some mistake.
I would already panic after G4, to be honest.
oh, now he has, now this looks scary. And I was like, why I was not playing G5 and G4 anymore instead.
So Black decided to accept the pawn. Like he says, pawn, prove, do your worst. 95, 95, 95 from castle. And I think we can learn something here from Vupala, one of the pre-tournament favorites, because at a certain level, when you sacrifice pawns like that, you're not immediately looking for the immediate way to get it back. It's your understanding. It's Vupala's understanding that it's a long-term compensation, right? He doesn't see a forced checkmate. He doesn't see immediately how to use the open G file. Here you see there's this very beautiful rook on G1. Also, I see potential for the bishop on B to become a major attacking player. But it's all about the feeling that, I mean, my pawn doesn't really matter. The attack is going to unfold, and I'm going to find something. He might be also wrong.
Yeah. I like this ideas. And White's king is safe here, obviously, and there's no danger. But this dark square bishop out there looking for G7 square, and also the rook. That can be very scary situation. I'm just looking right now because I can recognize this player from India, Vupala. I think I have played against him, or I have seen him at Qatar Masters recently. He was playing, and in fact he's 82 Grandmaster from India.
82nd Grandmaster.
82nd Grandmaster from India. Here we can have him international master title. Perhaps he's waiting for the for another FIDE board meeting. I think that's our Congress. They are entitling chess players for the new titles. But it seems like at the age of 16, 15, in fact, he got all the 3 norms and the rating.
I mean, we could talk about Indian chess all day long, how it all started with Vishy Anand being the first Grandmaster, also the world champion, and how he became the mentor for the younger generation. There's the young generation of superstars, Domaraju Gukesh, and everybody else who follow him. So really fascinating stuff. And every single month, basically, India keeps producing yet another Grandmaster. And I keep remembering this. There was this social movement, basically, so to speak, in Indian chess that they had the very first chess board. All of the 64 squares were engraved with a Grandmaster name, right? So Vishy Anand obviously was the first name, and then was I think Baruya Dibendo was the second Grandmaster for India, and up to 64, right? And that filled up very quickly, and then they have to basically start a new chessboard, and those Grandmasters are appearing so quickly. So I'm really, you know, from perspective-wise, I'm quite scared to see how the Indian chess is going to look like in 10 years, because already right now they're
It's booming. It's booming, and it's the country itself is the role model of all the countries, all the chess federations, how it should be. It can't be otherwise, because I believe that millions of people are playing in India chess, and this is very natural, right? To have a lot of champions when you have so many participants. The final move, which we see on the board, rook to G5. This is so powerful move. You want to double the rooks on G file, increase the pressure, maybe even chase the queen, but also cutting this black queen off the board, because now we can see that this queen is slightly limited.
It's also quite a provocative move. I mean, white plays rook g5, and even though there's no immediate direct threat, because rook h5, the black queen go away, you can get nervous with this move, right? And you start to feel uneasy with your queen in h4. And I think what Vupala is also trying to do here is to provoke his opponent to do something irrational that he might regret at some later stage. So whatever is going to happen here, we are definitely come back. Let's continue to move on, and let's check what's happening in the open under 16 section.
That is a good idea, and here we do have another game. Seems like closer to the end game. Some of the pieces are already have been traded. Which side would you choose here?
Absolutely black. There's no discussion about it, because the way it seems that white's IQP strategy has failed big time. Black has a beautiful control of the center, and at least from the first sight, simply a better position. So let's go back here from the very beginning. And me and Marcin were looking at this position right here after queen c2. And I said, we had actually a dispute with Marcin, slight dispute.
Really?
I
my God, I can't
just
leave
love
you
this.
guys alone.
I just love this when there's two grandmasters who sometimes have two different opinions. No, I mean, it was a friendly dispute, of course, but we argued, who do you play? Who would you like to play? Would you like to play with the white color, or you would like to play with black color? And I said, I'm totally picking here with white. It's IQP. I like the attacking chances, the king side attack and everything. And Martin said, no, it's nothing. I mean, black, of course, is going to easily continue development and prove that white is wrong. And actually, the way the game has turned, he was apparently right. But we left it here, Keti, where I said, queen c2, it somehow doesn't feel right to me because... Yeah. I mean, white is supposed to build this battery where the bishop has to be behind the queen, right?
Yeah. Switch the places.
All right.
Switch the chairs.
Yeah, now you can't make a castle, so to speak. The bishop and the queen, as far as I know, it cannot castle, really. Bishop d7, knight e4. So he had a different idea, apparently. Oh, f5.
Why like that?
Oh, no. This is wrong. I think this is wrong. You're not supposed to play like this.
The problem was that if white is not giving up the bishop and plays bishop to d3, then maybe f4 was the move that white was concerned about.
But I would still do this, I think. Yeah. I still would do this. For example, let's say bishop d2. I'm not sure if black has to take on d4, or maybe there's bishop f6 first. Okay, let's say I have to take it. Takes. Bishop c3, and I would claim I have a compensation here. I'm not sure I have it. Probably I have it. But perhaps the entire point is that black is not obliged to take it. He could play something like bishop f6. Target the pawn on d4 first. But I have a feeling, Keti, that white should be forgetting about this pawn on d4 and go for some activity like rook e1 or I'm not sure, rook d1 maybe, and try to use the power of the pieces. But again, white decided no. I mean, he's going to care for the pawn on d4, and he played bishop takes on c6. And the precise reason why I don't like this Keti so much is that now look at black's last bishop on c6. It's a very powerful piece.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this long diagonal as well. And I was looking for some moves like even g5, g4 might make some sense at some point, maybe not right away, but maybe with some preparation of rook lift on the 6th rank, or bishop f6 first to control e5 square. You don't need to rush. That's the one plan you can do, and another plan is just to play against the isolated pawn, play your bishop f6, double the rooks on d-file, and then try to get it.
Yeah, here we can see Jan in the screen. He doesn't look very happy though, does he? Because now I think he realizes his position is not really so great. Rook d8, Jan applies pressure against white center, bishop takes on e5, already is a threat, the white queen on d2 is under attack. And I think that something like knight takes on c6, the perspective for white is quite grim, because after knight c6, rook c6, let's say I'm going to take it and take it. The major difference here is that black is attacking. Black has a very nice pressure against the white pawn on d4, while white, unfortunately, is quite passive.
Yeah, seems like. So the rating favorite, Jan Klimkowski from Poland, is having very good chances to perhaps to get his first victory in this game. Though this still game is on, and we can't really predict any result yet, but seems very, very promising for him.
Indeed. Let's move on to the second board, where the Norwegian talent Axel Kvaloy is playing against Ivor Colev. We checked this about half an hour ago, I think, maybe a bit more. Not many moves have been made, but apparently White has managed to salvage his Doxwa bishop. I think we left it, where was this? Here. And me and Marcin, we didn't like this move rook b8, Keti. We had a feeling it's a bit slow.
Yeah.
I mean, we were discussing maybe black should have played g5, try to kill white's Doxwa bishop on g4, and then I started to have a fresher perspective on the position, and I tried to picture myself from Ivor's perspective. Maybe it's actually not such a bad move. Anyway, after a4, queen c7, knight c4, the reason why here Axelbu included a4 and knight c4, now you see it cannot be driven away with the pawn on b5, and that's why the pawn stands on a4.
Yeah, this is very good combination, knight and c4 and pawn on a4. And somehow all these moves that black made, rook b8, is kind of blocked.
All right. Knight e3, white retreats. I think this is preparing to play bishop c4 next. White wouldn't mind to trade the last square bishops. Rook d8, knight e2, hitting the knight on h5. Now something is... Okay, maybe... You know, it's really interesting, Keti, because if I may here go back, I had a feeling that the black played this entire sequence right here. I'm sorry, I'm going really, really far back. I think, where was this? Just a second. Here. Black played this entire sequence, the way I understand it, to play g5 and trade your Dutch with bishop, right? Then, some moves later, he decided he's not going to do it, and now he claims that his knight on a4 is not even a worse piece than the bishop on h4. Maybe there's no need to play g5 at all.
Yeah, actually this knight seems to be closer to the center, first of all, and seems not so bad piece after all. You can always just play g5 if white plays bishop g3 and pins this knight on f4. And for instance, if bishop g3 is not happening, then black can even consider to play something like take on c4 and knight g3, maybe to get this knight at a better position.
Yeah, there is a potential outpost here. Also, the knight on d3 can be potentially improved with b5, c4, so Kvaloy cannot be... he has to be careful here. He needs to watch out for this idea. I think bishop g3 Keti makes perfect sense.
To pin the... knight.
Yeah, but now, what happens after this trade? Bishop takes, knight takes. Wait a second, there's also knight e5 ideas here. I wanted to play b5, c4. Can I play e6? Secure the square.
E5.
I'm sorry?
To stop knight e5 happening.
Yeah, to stop knight e5 from happening, and then I can always play g5. You know, the more I look at this, I start to appreciate black's idea. Not playing g5 early. All right. So I don't really think that Kvaloy here is feeling very comfortable. Definitely black is quite aggressive.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about this b5 idea. And sometimes if white has the opportunity, he would love to play a5, stop this b5 from happening. Unfortunately here it drops a pawn. Maybe Kvaloy is thinking about some options here, like, can I play bishop e6? Wait a second, look at this. Bishop e6, knight e6, and knight e5.
Yes, this knight is getting very annoying because now you're running out of the moves as e7 pawn is hanging. Knight b6 might be also somewhere very annoying. Maybe knight c4, knight b6, the other knight. And where else are you gonna go with the queen? That's a very difficult question.
Hey, but actually, then maybe here white is having the better position, because did this actually happen? No, he's still thinking, because I love this idea. Bishop takes on e6, knight e6 weakens the d5 square, and f takes on e6 is such an ugly move. I'm not sure black wants to do this.
No. There will be some moves like queen b3, bishop g3. In the long perspective, maybe it's nothing direct right now, but in long perspective, it will be very difficult to play in the end game with these double pawns.
I definitely choose white. Okay, now that I look at this bishop takes on e6 looks really good for Kvaloy. Now Kvaloy is thinking about his choices. I don't think, he hasn't yet played it. So after a6, there's a very deep thought. Bishop e6 makes sense. Maybe he's choosing between the moves. Maybe bishop g3, then threaten to take on e6. And he's trying, to validate the consequences of bishop g3, bishop c4, knight c4. Black does play e6. Maybe he can now play something like e5, actually.
Oof, I like that.
Yeah. And open up some knight g4, knight f6 ideas. By the way, why not?
Love it. 96, queen e4.
Okay, maybe that's why he's thinking. Okay, it seems that white is still in perfect control of this position. So what do we do? Do we move on?
We move on and we go to the next category, and this is the open under 14, and this is the lower category, the age category in this field, and the first board.
All right, not many moves can be made, only 12 in total. I think we also had a look at this game. Aha, yes, this after d4, very interesting choice by Sava Vetokhin. Me and Marsha were discussing Keti, c takes on d4, c takes on d4, maybe let me show it you on the board, takes and play d5, which is usually a very common motif with the bishop at f8. Black usually will play e6, bishop e7. I was trying to argue maybe with the pawn on g6, this is in the long run a dangerous choice, perhaps. Sava felt the same, so he castled. d5, all right. That makes sense. I mean, why it makes sense? Because, I mean, space advantage, dear viewers, is a very big topic in chess. And I think that in many openings, especially if you are a d4 player and your opponent is not putting you any difficulties to play d5, I think this is what you should do it. That's why it makes sense.
And black can also do its own... I'm not sure about this e6 move. I was more thinking about b5, c4, to try to somehow look for some counterplays on the side, or maybe something like knight h5, attacking the pawn on c3, bishop b2, and knight f4 to get knight on d3, and maybe even to try to play f5 at some point if white weakens too much the dark squares. And all of this you can start, I mentioned b5 earlier, because after b5 and bishop b2 you also have this extra move b4 that pins the bishop on b2.
I choose white. You know,
you still choose white.
Yeah, I choose white because I'm not sure what happened here. Once again, maybe this entire sequence, Keti, this entire sequence of knight a5, knight e2, rook c8. Okay, it's a bit strange move.
Rook c8 stops before happening.
Before, right.
Because it drops the knight, yeah?
All right, but...
After b4 takes and knight c4, now rook guards the c4 square.
Yeah, but I have some experience in these positions from the Raul Lopez's perspective, Keti, and usually this knight on a5 is something that black regrets in the long run. So, for example, let's say you play something like b5, right? Yeah. You want to play b4, c4, etc. So let's say I play rook b1. And I just go away from this long diagonal. Your bishop on g7 here for black is nice, but what's it doing? So if you play c4, I play b4, knight b7. And this knight on b7 is really sad knight. There's some ideas like knight e4, knight c6. Again, not really great. If you play b4, I play c4, the knight on a5 is not really doing anything. No. And if you don't do nothing, then I have free hands to do whatever I want at the king side and the center. So that's why I think that this e6, it was almost necessary for Sava to bring the knight back in the game. And now the big question is, what happens after this e6? Because c4, you cannot do that. It opens the long diagonal, and the rook at a1 is going to be hit. But even after d takes on e6, I somehow choose white.
D takes, f takes, and now this knight has at least c6 square that can come back.
Yeah, but with what?
F takes.
F takes, you need to watch out for e5. E5 ruin your pawn structure. The knight on a5, the knight on the rim is dim, as they say.
Yeah.
Not really great. Okay, maybe there's some tactical issues with knight e5, knight e4. No, I choose white all day long, absolutely here. So maybe...
How about knight g4 here, like when you play e5 to play knight g4? So basically you want to take on e5, and if you take on d6 first, I'm going to take the pawn on c3, attacking the rook, and then I can consider to take on d6 with the queen.
I have a feeling there's something tactically wrong with this, but I'm not sure where.
Oh, knight e4.
Knight what? Knight e4.
Queen takes, rook takes, no, it's fine.
Knight e5, yes. Knight e5, bishop e5. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you're right. You know, maybe Keti, this is just perfectly fine. I was actually thinking that black could respond with something like queen takes on e6. A more modest approach. But I mean, if somebody's better here, it's definitely white. Again, I could play rook b1. I think about c4. Fix this as a weakness. So even if black gets the knight back in the game, then white establishes a very nice outpost on d5. The pawn on d6 is a weakness, and if black pushes d5, I can always take it. Queen d5 and whatever, I'm not sure. Knight f1, or maybe c4, bishop b2. No, white is better here. That's my feeling, of course, but it doesn't mean maybe a lot because this is still the opening phase. So black is trying to solve the problems.
But how about the time on the clock? White has burned so much time. 29 minutes for this position, and this is move 15, 12, let's say 12 or?
Yeah, it's not great, not really great. So I think that Brian should be playing here a bit faster.
A little bit faster, indeed. So you just think that because of this knight on a5, black is just having such difficulties to get this knight back in the game. That's why white might keep here a little bit pleasant position.
I think so, yeah. I think so.
All right.
Okay.
We can move maybe the next board in the same category.
All right.
Not castled yet.
This is the spicy gambit. Martin was not really impressed with black, and I said, wait a second, give him a chance, right? And this was apparently a deliberate choice by black. A very, very interesting gambit by white's perspective. By black's perspective, knight e5, queen e2, we already discussed all of this, where black sacrificed the pawn on c6 with a tempi. Apparently, it was quite dangerous to take. Once again, a throwback after knight takes on c6, queen b6. The knight doesn't really have a lot of great ways to escape, and after bishop b5, bishop d7, maybe white is already in a deep trouble. Now, this is precisely the reason why white decided not to take on c6 right now. He played a4. Now he played knight takes on c6. So at least here, Banh is tactically sharp.
Oh, I like that knight c6.
Yeah, b4, knight e4, a6.
Stop him knight b5 or bishop b5. Knight f5, wow, that's nice. Oh, yeah, this is very sharp game. I like it. And there was also a moment when white could take on g7, and he did not go for it.
Okay, I like this approach, but I'm not entirely sure if black should have allowed to trade the docks with bishop on d6, because my first impression, Keti, is that whenever I'm seeing this position from the black's perspective, I immediately sense definitely there is a compensation. But if you play a gambit and then your next move is a6, yeah, it feels a bit slow.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to have a follow-up. But at this point, after bishop e7, if you take on g7 with a check, then king f8 attacks the knight, and somehow you have to make decision of sacrifice this knight or get back. And now you are also dropping yourself the g pawn.
Yeah, there could be bishop g2 problems. Maybe the question is, what's the order of the moves? Something like take it first, perhaps. I guess you have to go here. Now you could take on h5. You can't take on g2. There's going to be fork on f4. So queen takes, and whatever happens here. I mean, it's very difficult to tell because the black king is not really feeling safe. The white king is not feeling safe. Who knows, right? But at least black visually appears to be better developed. Either way, white decided to take on d6, queen d6, castles, rook c8. And now white experiences some difficulties with development, because now the million-dollar question is, how do you complete your development? I'm just going to give you one idea where white might go wrong. For example, b3. I hit with a mate threat, f3, and white drops the rook.
Oi. I didn't see that.
That will be the expression of a player who would lose the rook on a1.
Oh, wow. And this is so natural move. I was like, what's wrong with this move? b3 looks so nice and logical to me. But this can end really badly for white indeed, as the moment you lose the rook, There is not much of the compensation here in this position. I will read out one of the comments in the chat. Tommy LaBlanc says, I bet all these children are having the time of their lives, and we agree with that. We agree with that.
I mean, definitely. Keti has played in many world championships before. I have played in many world championships before, and from my perspective, this was absolutely one of my yearly grandest experiences. I mean, these kids, they're not just professionals. This is not highest level, meaning pro level tournament. These are kids playing. These are the best players of their age groups. These are the national champions. And for many players, this is very often the only real international tournament. I remember this very vividly myself, Keti, because, I mean, for me, playing in an international tournament, it was once a year. That was the World Championship.
Yes.
And I'm arriving in the World Championship. I'm the national champion, but I didn't really get a chance to play anywhere abroad back then. And I'm arriving and I'm so nervous, right? I feel the tension. And literally in the very few games, I was like trembling over the board because there was so much pressure, so much nervousness, willingness to prove that I can beat these guys. A fascinating event to play.
It is, and in fact, B3 is on the board, is it? We see the move?
No, it's not on the board, it's my silly analysis. Yeah, no.
It's just...
it's my
okay,
move.
yeah, so I agree with that, but another fair point is that some people might question why there's only one Grandmaster, why there's only one woman Grandmaster, and so on. The thing is that all these chess players, you guys, you see at the top level, anyone, name it, they have been played at the youth categories, and they are now at the top level because they have won this tournament. They got boosted from their federations, maybe even sponsors, from coaches and parents, and then this is a big platform for all the kids who can then either keep to play chess or change the profession, because this is the age when you're 16, 18 years old. Either you decide to be a professional chess player or you decide to change your choose your profession, let's say so. So for all of us, this tournament has very special meaning for all the chess players. This will be another great experience. So this is the playing hall once again. We can see that still we have the most of the games in progress, and we got the statistics in our hands, and we can actually see that 766 players started today to play on 382 chess boards. There are 382 chess boards.
Where do they get so many chess boards, actually, digital boards, because you have to transmit all of this live?
Yeah, well, the thing is, the fair thing is that this is not the first event for Italy that they're hosting this big event. Just weeks before they had a seniors tournament, and I remember last year they also had youth tournament with a lot of participants. But Italy has quite nice traditions of chess, and in some cities they have even clubs. So I think either they bought new sets or they have borrowed it from different clubs, which is also just a fine practice to rent it.
I mean, we discussed this actually during the lunch today because with one of the arbiters of the tournament, that the main tournament organizer, Roberto Mogranzini, he already organizes, I think this is the third tournament in a row. This tournament you mentioned, the Seniors Championship, also I believe there was the World Youth Rapid Blitz. Also he organized it, so it's unbelievable. Really fantastic thing that
I believe these boards are traveling to city with the participants. And earlier we mentioned we asked the question who is the most represented here in this tournament, and we see 45 Italian chess players. That's not a big surprise indeed. And we see, is it Taipei? USA, we have a huge delegation from USA. We have 10 players from...
How many players from USA?
Latvia. USA 27.
All right.
So that's... And we have 20 players from Mexico. That's actually quite impressive numbers from the countries which which are not so-called chess countries, right? But for past few years, things are improving in many countries, and for instance, like a country like Canada, chess is booming there, and chess is improving there. And we can see more and more young kids joining chess, and from Canada, just seeing right now, 14 players have been registered and played in this event.
All right, so it means more than one official player, because I think that there's this, every country can nominate at least one official player per category, so that makes 6 in total. So if there's more than that, it means that there's more extra players. All right, let's go back to chess. I think it's high time for us also to look at some of the other boards. I think we are going to go back with the under 18 girls section, and that is Yelizaveta Krebenshikova playing against Gori Menon. It was at least a Grunfeld, something really dynamic. So we last left it here with March, and we're looking at this position about here. Yeah. After Queen D2, Black was choosing hard continuations, what to do. Knight f3, Knight c6, the eternal struggle in the Grunfeld. What is more important, White's strong center or Black's dynamic chances and willingness to undermine White's domination in the center? All right, so White tries to establish the dominance here, offers the queen trade, Queen a3. Now the ball is back in the court of Gori, and the question is, what do you do next? Because Black is already threatening to take on f3 and anchor this knight on d4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that Black is, at least visually, taking over the game, because I don't really see how do you stop this. You can't really take on c6, can you? I mean, this looks very dangerous. D takes on c6. I see the bishop on d3 is under attack. The white king is still in the center. I could, of course, include c takes on b7, rook d8, or maybe, okay, maybe not rook d8, maybe rook b8 is the more cautious move. The queen is under attack, and then after queen c2, rook b7. I mean, visually, we can agree that Black is doing simply better.
Black is doing fantastic here. All the controlling whole board, threatening, for instance, to take the knight on f3, to double the pawns there, control the long diagonal on the dark squares. Seems like White has weakened too much of the squares in the center.
Also, we have to mention that the top two boards in every age category, Keti, they're playing on the stage. So there's this gigantic stage. There's obviously a huge playing hall, and there's the stage. And one thing, Keti, I have to confess, I have never said this to anybody, so you're going to be the first one, is I've always enjoyed to play on stage. Yeah. It feels a bit more special, right?
You feel like royal.
You feel a bit royal, you know. Everybody is sitting in playing hall, right? And you're like slowly advancing on those steps and slightly above everybody else. It feels a bit special, right?
That's
and
something
I just love this.
When you get the priority flight and vizier flight, like you look to others like secondary people. That's the joke aside. It makes a lot of sense when you're a chess player and when you play at the platform. You feel very confident. You like that. And a lot of people are coming and checking out your game. So this is something, it's not that they are feeling under stress or so because of this much of attention, but everyone likes to play on the stage indeed, because it's something very special. Only 2 people from each category can play on the stage. In total, 4 people from the category, so that's indeed very special. Looking at the player from Ukraine, Elizabeta, I was so shocked to know that she's playing youth tournaments, because I have seen her at so many team competitions where she's fighting together with the national team of Ukraine, and she is quite young, and this is so impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Impressive stuff indeed. So she is now the top seeded player here in the girls under 18 section. Things are looking really great for her. I don't see any easy way for White to deal with the 90-foot threat. So we are going to simply move on to the second board, where we have Leah Kurmangaliyeva, another top seeded player, playing against Jessica Hyatt. And this is the stone wall. Yeah, we had again some discussions with Martin earlier here today, discussing the choices that ball players have made here. E5. That's a very committal move by Jessica here with black.
You don't see very often to break the wall by yourself, this stone wall that these pawns are creating. But looking at this, why not actually? White is behind the development, has not castled yet. So let's see what happens after very simple moves, like if we take several pieces in the board and simplify the position. Let's see then what happens and what was.
By the way, I wanted to mention, from this angle we can better see that the stage, right? So once again, this is a very nice angle here. You see they're playing on the stage, and then there's the rest of the playing venue. So yeah. Feels a bit special for the player. That's what I want to say. All right. So d takes on e5, and knight takes on e5, and your suggestion, Keti, was just to take as many times as you can, right?
Yeah. Let's see what happens, because in the stone wall setup we don't very often see e5 happening. So this might have a reason. And now let's say castles.
Castles. Long?
No.
All right, short. All right, so we want to castle the king in the safety. Short castle. And now the question is, how does black continue? I think that white is better. Mainly because of the light square bishop's inability to be a great bishop for black. I mean, the bishop on c8 doesn't really impress me, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns are positioned on the same color as this light square bishop, while white might be thinking about ideas like knight e2, maybe knight f4, maybe c5, knight e4, anchor the knight on d4, and then try to make this bishop on c8 look even worse. So my first impression is that after knight g3, e5, white is still doing better.
Yeah, white has to somehow react, because e4 is a baby fork, attacking the knight and the bishop. So perhaps to take on e5 is the first candidate move. That
baby fork?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
You know?
No, the baby fork.
Yeah.
Oh. Every day I learn something new.
It's not a chess term. It's
really?
one of the chess.com events. This one with the content creators. They're not chess players, and they have their vision of everything.
Oh. Okay, that's interesting.
Yes. When I heard about this, it's actually a baby fork. To take on e5, perhaps once.
Oh, can we play knight h5 at some point? I really wanted to do this. I mean, now the point is, after knight e5, I can't play knight h5, hit the queen. Why? I think this is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Queen d3, the bishop on b2 is hanging. But can I do it right now? Can I make knight h5 right now? And then I want to take on e5. So let's say you play, whatever you play, queen, not sure, what do you play? Queen g6. D takes on e5 could be a problem. Quite a big problem, actually. So I think that after knight h5, black has to respond queen e6. And I also see knight g5 ideas, but okay, if I now play d takes, knight takes. No, I mean, white is definitely better here. And I need a very powerful move here. I'm not sure where it is.
Maybe something like queen to c3 to force black to make some decisions. Like,
wow, that's a gigantic move. I love it.
If you take the knight on f3, I take with the g pawn, and thank you very much. I'll use this open g file.
Yeah, this long diagonal looks very promising for white. Yeah, queen c3, I love this move. And if you now play knight x on d3, try to bail out with limited damage. After queen x on 3, this bishop on b2, this knight on h5 look really, really strong. Rook f7 runs into a fork on g5. Rook g8 is just a sad move you don't want to make. I think, yeah, I mean, this looks really promising. So e5, maybe this is what we call in tennis language an unforced error.
In tennis?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, in tennis, that's what I call, I mean, unforced error. You hit the ball and you make a mistake. I mean, nobody forced you to do it. You hit the ball in the net or outside. You commit the mistake yourself. I mean, meaning it's not a winner for your opponent, but it's an unforced error from your perspective. That's what it calls unforced error. Because here, Black didn't really have to do this. Black could have played whatever. I mean, remove the queen, maybe try to launch the knight on f6 on e4, but Jessica felt that this knight on g3 is not really so well positioned for this action, and that's why making a counter strike in the center while the white king is here, still on e1, makes a lot of sense. But at least visually, I beg to differ.
Yeah, but okay, maybe we can suggest something else instead of e5, because this is obviously not the most common move, but I think instead of e5, there is quite common to play like g5, g4, like to start some side attack on
I
the
like
king.
it. Yeah, g5, I love this move. I think this is what I usually play, g5, g4, try to gain space advantage, and actually I would really like Black's chances here.
And you never break your stone wall. c6, d5, e6, f5. Stays together,
Precisely.
Controls the center, guard each other. I love the fact that Black actually controlled the 5 square so fast, because White usually goes 95 very fast and controls the center. But now with this coordination of the moves, that's impossible. So g5 would be a really nice move there.
Yeah, maybe it's also visually looking quite scary because, I mean, look at this queen on f6 and king on h8. The only one thing which separates the bishop on b2 and the queen on f6 is the pawn on the e4, but this pawn is not going to budge. At least it can't do it unless, of course, there's some crazy e4 ideas. I don't believe it, really. Anyway, Jessica has made her choice. She has played e5, and now it is Leah Kurmangaliyeva, the higher seeded player who is right now thinking about her choices. I think we have to observe and report.
Yeah, let's go to the other game, and Leah is another very strong and promising Kazakhstani chess player. I have seen her in many events, getting in the medal, and I believe recently she even played at the World Team Chess Championship. So we can still see these chess players playing here and playing also for the national team. Why not to get as much as possible?
All right.
Chess.
Now we are jumping, I think this was under 16, girls under 16 section.
Oh, nice attack on the king side.
Yeah, I mean, it already felt like many moves ago here that Black's chances already were visually better. I mean, Black was a little bit faster at the king side. White was trying to carry out this typical idea of c5, c takes on d6. So it's a clash of styles, king h1, g4, queen e1. Actually,
g3 can work here in many cases.
It's a very common pawn sacrifice, meaning g3, bishop g3, and I think Black wants to play something like h4, knight h5, knight f4, and if possible, bishop h6 to give a new role for the bishop. But actually here, I'm not entirely sure what is this. Probably it's not very good for Black. Doesn't mean that g3 is not a playable move. It's definitely a very common theme, and for the players who are playing the King's Indian defense as their main repertoire, they know this.
Yeah, you play g3, white takes on g3, and you don't take this pawn back. So you move the knight away, maybe knight h7. If white takes on f4, you take it back and you have a very good square diagonal for the bishop, but then I see also white bishop has another diagonal. Maybe it needs preparation.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely might need a preparation. Perhaps Black has enough time to do this. She can still play rook g6, which allows to include bishop h6.
Knight h7, knight h5, starting with that also a possibility.
Oh, all right. For Nurmanova, things are looking really well because I think that White's entire plan with c5, c takes, knight b5, I mean, it's just too slow. Not happening here. Black has completely taken over the game here. So for Mariam, doesn't look things good. And for the ELO favorite, Alua, things are in the contrast, looking awesome.
Yeah, Alua is a very, very tough opponent. And she seems to have all the comforts on the board. We couldn't ask more in the King's Indian with Black.
All right. Let's continue to observe. And now we're going to jump to the second board, where is Chukiao Wang playing against Marina Levchenko. And for Wang, it's already a winning position. We have apparently missed most of the games, so very quickly, I'm just going to go through where we left this. We had this Cosped structure. Yeah, I think this is where we left it. Cosped structure, a lot of moves can be made. Actually, look at this, Keti. So White played b5. Murzin said in the studio that this is the classical idea for White. Try to create a weakness on c6. I can only agree.
Okay, I was a bit surprised that Black allowed b5 to happen without a6, a4. But the whole idea here, like to play a6, a4, and then to play bishop's e6, that would be the most classical approach, so you will not have two weaknesses on the board. But seems like Black had another choice here, to take with the queen on c6, which is not very common move.
I'm also a bit surprised there was no c5 here. As far as I know, this is also a pretty common response, because after c5, d takes, queen c5, we're entering the realm of the IQP, isolate the queen's pawn structure. White has a very nice outpost on d4, Black has an isolated pawn on d5, but otherwise pretty solid position. No matter, Black decided not to do that. She decided to play knight e7, b takes, queen c6, and this is again quite a big topic in the Cosped structures, because White's pawn islands are feeling much better. Here we have one pawn island, here we have the second pawn island, and no matter how do you count it, Black has more.
Besides that, also Black's pieces are not the best looking pieces. Bishop on e6 stuck between its pawns. Knight f8 is a bit stuck out there. Knight e7 is just controlling the threats that White is offering here to Black. So White seems to have very, very nice and pleasant position here.
Yeah, and she just continued to improve her pieces. There we go, there's an exchange. Ooh. Oh, that was a missed sequence. So after rook c1, knight b5, knight c7, it seems that Black can't do anything because rook b8 would drop the queen. It already was a forced...
Nice.
Yeah, it was a forced sequence.
Oh, nice. Yeah, because when you play b6, it becomes so many light squares on the side. So
where was the mistake, actually?
Queen. I don't very often see queen c6 moves.
Oh, but rook d8, this has got to be very slow. Yeah? I mean, rook d8 feels a bit strange.
Yeah, but what else to play here? Because the idea of rook d8 was that White is threatening now knight e4, queen b7, knight d6. So that's why she stepped away. Or knight b5 is actually the
Maybe she should have started with the queen b7 then. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, what to do against knight b5? Yeah, it looks really unpleasant. Maybe things already were pretty grim for Marina here, and that's why she played b6.
Yeah, but she doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't have to play like that, actually.
No?
Instead of all these moves that she played very the moves that she was defending herself. So if we go just a little bit back...
All right.
At the point where White played before b5 moves.
Oh, that far. Okay.
Yes, because this one, knight d7 doesn't look very tempting. Knight d7 was played because after b takes c6, queen c6, bishop b5 will not hang the rook, so it's already first defending move. But if we go just to one move before, this was exactly bishop e6, I think that's the mistake. So here, Black can play a6. Stop b5. If you want to play b5, you have to play a4. And now you can actually keep this bishop here. Usually rook goes on e6 to guard c6 from their And I think something like bishop g4 or so could work just
Yeah, I mean,
fine.
something more aggressive.
Yeah. You cannot hold your
agree.
position.
Yeah, I
otherwise.
agree. Put the bishop out on g4, try to provoke Guatua to play knight e5. Maybe then you go back on e6, the knight on e5 in some lines it could be pushed away to gain some tempi. Yeah, so here black played a bit passive and Chukyao was just playing textbook, right? She collected an exchange, so even without a big fight, white collected extra exchange. And now it's all about the simplification. One of the greatest topics in chess, when you get already a significant material advantage, what do you want to do? Simplify.
Trade.
Yeah, trade. Trade, takes, as Hikaru says. Try to trade as many pieces as you can, because the less they are on the board, easier becomes your task on capitalizing the extra material that you have. And there was a lot of maneuverings, and there you go. White already is ready to carry out this breakthrough in the center. Knight f4, d takes, f takes. By the way, why not take the pawn on d5? Maybe because of knight c8, knight e6, and black is building up some fortress. Yeah, this is a technical winning position.
Yeah, very, very pleasant and very easy, risk-free. And we can see here.
She's looking very relaxed on the camera.
She's very confident. Very confident.
She should be. She has all the reasons to be happy. A great start for her, starting the tournament with a victory. All right, let's now go to the girls under 14.
What I have noticed, Arturs, for this event, especially for long events, it's okay to make first or second rounds draw and get yourself like a slightly easier opponent by the rating, because it's a long game, and by the time you're in the round 5, 6, you're not facing any very tough opponents, the higher set opponents. And when you have a draw, you're just doing your business down there, and then you're going up in the last rounds, and you have like more energy saved.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing about early draws, I remember this. It's a very nice topic that you brought up, Keti, because I remember when I was, back in the day playing in these youth tournaments, I would always treat, if I'm one of the favorites and I start a tournament not with a victory, it's a small tragedy for me.
Do you know why? Because of the tie breaks, how it was counting.
Yeah, I think
if you would make a draw first, you had a worse tie break. If you lost, you couldn't even fight for medal. But now they found that the tie-break system is a bit unfair, and they changed it. So it's pretty.
So the direct encounter.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Actually, it makes sense because it means that until the final round, let's say somebody is leading by a full point and he's meeting direct competitor who is a point less. If he loses, the competitor has a chance for gold.
I had very, very heartbreaking history at the youth championship. Actually. Out of 9 rounds, I got 8 points, and Olga Giri also got 8 points, both of us.
Let me guess, you lost to her.
No.
No?
No.
So why is it painful?
I won the game and made 2 draws.
Oh, and they incorporated the rule after it.
She lost 1 game and won 8 games. So I won 7 games and made 2 draws. She won 8 games and lost 1. So I thought that's unfair because I won against her. She won the tournament. I was second, and it was one of the most painful things that I had to deal as a kid, alone without a parent or a coach. That I don't understand, and I found it so unfair. But then was another tournament, again the same opponent. We shared first, second places, and her first round opponent did not show up. She got plus. My opponent showed up. I won the first round, and in the end, my tiebreaks were better because of that. Okay. So you can always find something that is still not the fair, you need to find still some fair points. But yeah, that's it.
Well, that's life. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, as they say.
Yeah, for sure. Shall we take a look at the last 2 games in this segment? It's under 14.
Yeah,
and then maybe you can take our break. So what disposition stands for here for white.
So Anna Schuchmann is one of the biggest favorites of the girls under 14 here. The game was pretty sharp, and I mean, in opening phase, I mean, here Murzin said, I don't know this opening too much, help me. I said, well, I don't know much about it either, except that it's very contested at the highest level.
Yeah.
Very, very sharp, very dynamic. Black often sacrifices the opponency. For this, I know that in order to get some dynamics here, a4, a6, knight c3, h6, very interesting, very dynamic. Black develops the bishop on b4, hits the pawn on a4. Knight h4. So white was eyeballing for the threat of a 4 or 5. Bishop e7. Black says no, please go back. Knight f3, bishop c6. The pawn on a4 is under attack. White play knight e2, rook b8, f4, and that's the position we have on the board. Now the big question, Keti, is why here Anna is not taking the pawn on a4?
I would guess that she's maybe avoiding something like rook to a1, so this knight on a5 is a bit stuck. But we have to maybe calculate the moves, because it's not so easy.
So you want me to make knight a4, yeah?
Knight a4.
There you go.
How about, like first, let's say rook to a1 to hit the knight.
All right.
If you take on c3, I take back and knight is hanging, and then I'll take a6.
Oh, no, I'm a pawn grabber.
Yeah,
yeah, I'm going to grab another pawn, maybe to hit the queen.
Okay, so now let's say queen goes to
C2?
c2.
How do you protect the knight?
Yeah, that's a very tough question, because if you play knight b7, then the other knight will get lost.
Right, and bishop b4 closes the protection of the knight on b2, so white is just going to grab it. Okay, I mean, not so simple. All right, so after knight a4, rook a1, I apparently cannot take on a4, but if I play knight x on c3, b takes on c3, this fixes white's pawn structure. It's just one pawn island. One thing I know about the pawn islands, Keti, the less the better.
Yeah.
Right? So the knight on a5
on the chess, yes, but in
yeah,
life,
at least
you don't mind to have islands.
It's really very interesting, right? How in chess it works. The less islands you have, the better. I mean, I guess in real life, is the more you have, the better. Not in chess. Not in chess.
Not in chess.
I have no islands, actually, so
yeah,
unfortunately.
Same. So knight b3, and how about
okay, 6, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
And this pawn is a weakness, why its position simply feels better. Yeah, that's precisely the reason why here black is choosing. And it seems she already made her choice, because I see that short castle stands on the board. And white is the move. By the way, we also have the opportunity to zoom in. Let's see if we can make it work. If we could potentially zoom into the board, also have a better
seems like
view what's happening there.
Anna Schuchmann is more relaxed, and Zhang is focused. So it means that black just made a move, which is not on the board yet.
All right, we are going to
Knight is there. The pawn is on a4. I see the pawn is on a4, so something else has played.
Okay.
Oh, is there
There's
there
a
other
game
boards?
finished, by the way.
Yeah.
Which game is this? That is could be
Second.
Which?
Second board.
The second board. We haven't yet went to that game. Let's just go there. Is it this game? Zarina Nurmanova? It could be. Yeah, it could be. It seems that white has won the game because she has not won. Wait, yeah? Oh. All right.
Yeah, she won. It says 1-0.
All right. Just very quickly, let's go through this amazing game by one of the pre-tournament favorites. This was the advanced French. We try to evaluate the consequences of this position together with Murzin. Who is better? Is it white? Is it black? We could definitely see the ideas from both players. If black would activate the Dachshund bishop, she would emerge to be the better player. If white would control the dark squares, it would be white who would control the situation here. All right, so things seem to be more or less balanced. Maybe White is pressing. From here, it appears everything started to go really wrong. Oh, wait, what just happened here? Oh, it's just a blunder.
Oh, G4, oh no.
Oh, that's got to be really painful. This is what we call unforced error.
Wow.
G4, knight G4, queen f8, just play down a piece. Yeah, I think she just forgot. She just forgot about this move G4 because Black has already finished development. He has two bishops, so she was looking for ways to, activate the Daxua bishop on G7, but this move G4, I think she had the right idea, but after queen E3, maybe the rook at F5 should be improved. Let's say first play rook F8, and then think about ideas like bishop H5. I mean, still visually, Keti, I choose White, right? Because she has this very nice blockade of the center, but I don't think the Black is done here.
Yeah, no, it's still the game on, and per bishop versus two knights. But this unfortunate blunder, you don't see G4 happening here. You just don't see because it's in front of the pawn, and it just you can just blunder it.
And then White just mopped up the game. So there you go, brilliant showcase. Rook C1. White says, I don't care about the pawn on B2. I need the piece activity. Black took the pawn on B2 out of despair. Knight E7. Very strong response, hitting the queen on the fate, also opening up the queen E6 threat. Black played queen E7, and now after rook F8, everything collapses. And why? What happens after king F7? I guess it's just knight E5, bishop E5, knight E5, and White simply somewhere, I guess, delivers a mate. Something like king H1, rook G1. This looks completely hopeless for Black.
It does. It really does. So rook G1 comes next, and there will be a checkmate. You guys, we do have here a fun contest. You guys can share these screens or suggest us the game which do you think is very interesting. Some tactical motives. I think I would suggest myself this one. This game I liked very much, this G4. And then we can share it in social media and ask more and more viewers and the chess fans to find the move. So if you have any suggestions from this tournament, you believe that it's a nice tactic or maybe even some blunder, just something that is worth it to be shown to a wider public, please let us know. Tag us to social medias, me or Arturs. We don't. I don't think you mind, Arturs. I speak for you.
I don't mind.
But you can do that on social media platforms, on Twitter, on Instagram or Facebook, and we will bring that to more friends of chess, and I can see some of the beauty from this event.
All right. So I guess now we make another break. Yeah.
Yeah. We are going to take another break, and Arturs, what our viewers gonna see when we're back?
I think I want to see more games. Right. So now we have made more circles in the leading sections, and also this is usually a tricky moment when a brand new tournament this size starts. Right. Everything needs to be tested. Everything is working. Okay, everything is working. Now that we have observed what's happening on the top boards, we are going to dive in the other age groups, try to select something which really stands out from the crowd, perhaps board 3, 4, 5, I don't know, board 15, whatever, if there's a lot of action. So this is also where you, the viewers, you can step in, post your favorites, how you're feeling.
Yeah.
Maybe we are going to observe their games, but we'll be seeing you in several minutes.
See you guys. Welcome everyone back at the World Youth Chess Championship 2023. We are in a beautiful city in Italy here, and we are having the first round. Some of the games are done, but still most of the games are in progress in our beautiful playing venue. A lot of participants, 766 participants from 80 FIDE countries are competing for the World Championship title, and we can see how many chess boards are in one space.
Yeah, it's a lot of chess boards. I got the word that every age category it has 35 digital boards, meaning 35 boards are relayed online. Not every single board can be done it though. But now what we're going to do, Keti, I think that it's high time for us also to observe the other games, observe and report, see what's happening. Again, the viewers, we have to apologize if we are not able to show your favorite playing. There's so many games happening at the same time. So we are going to mainly focus, of course, on the favorites, but also from time to time, we are going to make some random choices, right? Select somebody we see from the list. It, of course, greatly helps if you send us a board
like,
with the numbers.
17.
I mean, check out what board number 37 is happening.
We had actually
like that.
We had some kind of comment like that. So we're gonna keep the closer eye to that. But let's bring up the chessboard. I think we have one game already on the screen, and we can check it out. What is happening in this game?
This is, I believe, the board number 4 of the open section under 18. Board number 3, by the way, Alexei Grebnev, representing FIDE, already has won his game with a black color. Here we are following the game of Emin Ohanyan playing against Thomas Brnusak. White appears to be doing really well. I mean, look at these monster pawns here in the center, Keti. The pawn on e5, the pawn on d6. It's just an extra pawn for white. The bishop on f8 is imprisoned. If white will be able to execute some sort of, I'm not really sure, remove the queen and play h5, trade the bishops, this extra pawn on d6 somehow should decide the fate of the game.
It should, does, and it stops the black dark square bishop to be cut it off from the game, and you cannot really easily play moves like f6 because that might cause some of the weakness on the king side. We have rook to c5 now. Maybe black will try to somehow find a way to sacrifice, maybe exchange or something to eliminate those two pawns from the board. After rook to c5, in fact, maybe the threat is to play f6 next move, so the rook will hit the knight on f5.
All right, yeah, that makes perfect sense. So rook c5, of course, black is trying to do something active, but to be honest, I mean, things for Thomas here don't look really well. So it appears to be that one of the ELO favorites of the open under 18 section is about to score unexpected victory. Now, if we would move on to the next board. Now, this is a position which caught my eye, Keti, because I could not understand what is happening here. Because visually, white is up 2 pawns.
That's right.
And without any backstory, what happened here? I'm not sure. I don't think we have now much time to go through every single main move and try to, again, explain the thought process, why the choices were made. But we have this current position, and now the question is, what do we make of this? So black has sacrificed 2 pawns apparently, or white has won 2 pawns, fine. But how do you deal with black's threats? And I think now the primary threat is not knight takes on b1. Oh, so sorry. Knight takes on b1 because of rook takes on d7. I think it's actually the intermezzo move. Rook takes on e1, lure away the white rook from d1, and only then take the queen on b1. How about that?
That is very powerful threat, and in fact the queen from b1 is limited, cannot move around that easily, and only one square that I can see is queen to a1, which is obviously not the best of the choice. And even after that move, black can consider to sacrifice the exchange undermine the f3 square, weakness square, to play the knight to f3 and somehow to bring all the pieces on the king side. That can be very, very dangerous too. These g2, f3, h3 squares are quite weak.
That's right. Now the big question is what white is going to do, because rook takes on e1 is a big threat. Now can white play something like queen a1? Visually, I don't like this.
Yeah, maybe rook e1, and I was earlier thinking of knight f3, but now I also see
Wait,
knight
Keti,
d3.
you're gonna love this. Can I play something like queen h3 here? No?
Yeah, why not?
All right, queen h3 set, threatening with knight f3 check.
I like that move. And maybe only rook e3 is the move there to avoid that threat.
All right, rook e3 could be a refutation, so it would appear. Okay, maybe this idea is too early. Just a second. So after queen a1, I mean, I have a feeling there's something
No,
here.
take a knight d3. That's
Take?
another.
Just knight f3?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
takes,
To
takes.
keep the knight d3.
King g2 and queen d5.
Yeah.
Or maybe queen c6. I'm not sure. Queen d5 could be hit by the rook on d1. Maybe queen c6. And I'm threatening
H4,
some knight
knight
h4, knight e1. Well, this is looking so dangerous for white. Nikita Pashashkov, my apologies, is one. No, he's not a favorite, I think. So my apologies. I thought he's a favorite.
Timothy Razafintsima, that's the longest last name than mine, is the reigning favorite in this match, international master from France, and plays against Nikita Posaskov. His rating is 2169. This is one way to deal. Another way is actually to take on e1 and then to play knight d3 and to get back the exchange and still keep all the pressure on the board. But the main point here is that all these threats are so dangerous for white. Rook e1 is a real deal here. Queen will be hung, and this queen on b1 is just simply limited. You can't go anywhere with this queen.
Now it seems that here Timothy has played a brilliant game so far. I'm not sure about the choices he made before, but I love this. I mean, from the first eye view, it seems that rook e1, knight f3 here, he is playing a fantastic game and is about to score a victory. All right, my suggestion, Keti, is that we select one more random game from the Open under 18 and then simply select another age group. The question is, who is going to be the player we could follow? I have no idea. Maybe you have suggestions from the chat. Spin the wheel, yeah, so to speak.
Wheel.
Who is going to be the unlucky one?
Then I'll put the 27 numbers.
27.
We have more boards?
We have 35, I believe.
35.
34, at least. I see on the list 34.
Okay.
All right. Let's select maybe board, I don't know. You're going to help me here? No?
Yeah.
Okay,
I randomly putting some. I really want to do this.
All right, I'm just going to select somebody random.
Wait,
okay.
No.
No?
Not 46. Wait.
All right.
Wait. I'm going to do it.
All right.
Well, they spin the wheel.
Oh my goodness, you're actually spinning a wheel. Unbelievable.
28.
28. 28. I think that's
too much.
26 here. Just a second. There we go. I'm not sure I selected it properly, but we have here Jaden Zhenyong Wong playing against Alberto Miotto. So in case the viewers, you know these players, there you go. Now we have a chance to observe what's happening in this game. Again, there's 30 plus live boards in every age category to follow. So we are going to have a hard time to choose which one to follow. This is where you can step in there, viewers, with your suggestions so that we can also follow your favorites. So what's happening here? Quite difficult to assess very quickly.
Yeah. Well, bishop c4 has been played the latest move, and this bishop was on f1, so it seems like a lot of trades has just happened. So maybe we can just move back to
move by move, yeah? Just so that we have some picture here. All right, the ready. Now it's switched to the Catalan, queen c2, b6. Oh, yeah, the Bukhavshin line. This line was named after Ivan Bukhavshin, the Russian grandmaster, who I think he passed away tragically some years ago. Unfortunately, a very bright mind, and he brought to practice this b6 system. And ever since, of course, the theory has developed immensely, because, I mean, back in the day, I think everybody was literally playing knight e5 instantly. And after knight e5, the main point of black's idea of b6 is sacrifice the rook on a8, play queen d4, queen e5, and then somehow black is perfectly fine. Real interesting line. And yeah, and then of course came Stockfish, and Stockfish says this is not how you play against it. You have to play bishop g5 here.
Yeah.
All right. So knight x on c4, c5, rook c8. Now black is getting pretty active. Wow. All right. I love this. e4, e5. White opens up the bishop on g2, ignoring the pawn on d4. Also creating a potential outpost on d6 for the knight.
With a serious threat, actually, after knight d6, the rook and the knight are hanging, and maybe white is even getting some material advantage after that move.
All right, knight d2, knight d5, bishop d5, queen d5, and knight e6. All right, is this even working? Who knows, yeah? Rook c5, queen d5, takes it. And b4, and this is how they got her. You know, very complex game. It's, I mean, even being us grandmasters, because Keti is a grandmaster, I'm a grandmaster, it's very difficult for us to immediately, you know, so, okay, I think both players here played the perfect chess, or there were a couple of mistakes. Looks interesting. Great choice by us. So for example, after knight c4, no, rook c2 definitely didn't follow. Pretty sure this is a mistake. I guess it's going to be rook takes on c4. B takes, rook c5, knight e7, and somehow we have a material balance on the board.
Yeah, attacking the rook and the pawn e5, rook d5 maybe.
Rook d5.
And
then there's some issues maybe, and not only with the pawn on d4, but the placement of the knight on d7.
True.
Yeah, but then again, I'm not sure how forced is this. After rook takes on c4, maybe black can do something else, but it's not on d6. You know, Keti, I have a feeling if somebody can be better here, it's only white, right? It's not on d6, the pawn on d4 is a weakness. Yeah.
Activity, the issue of the back rank and not developed queen side.
Correct.
That's more than enough reason. The, pawn takes. Pawn,
yeah, I just wanted to show
e5.
this idea. Knight e5, you can't take it.
Yeah, but
there's
b7.
Yeah, there's b7. Fair point. Intermezzo moves rule the board today. All right, rook c8 is threatening, and it appears that Wang is doing really great here. From the Vice perspective, let's jump to the next age group, shall we?
That's right, and we can pick up next random game, maybe?
You already want to start with the random. I wanted to start with board number 3.
We can do that, too.
All right. We can maybe do that board number 3 and then select some of the randomly also the chat. This is where you can step in. I saw this position actually, I was looking at this game during the break, the viewers, and I tried to understand, is this a potentially an upset? Because here the higher seeded player, Diego Masi-Espino, is playing against Adrian Stenstrup Thorsen. And I looked at this position, where was this? Rook takes on g2. I saw this position, we were on the break, and I tried to evaluate what are the consequences. And I just could not understand, is black in time to stop this pawn on h5, right?
It's a fair question.
Right. And you can't play bishop e4, yeah? This pawn is promoting. And I actually had an idea that after bishop d5, oh, wait, there was this moment, I think. Yeah, here. I tried to figure out why not bishop f3 with rook h5 idea. And I saw some crazy ideas here, Keti. What about bishop g6?
Ooh. I love
You
it.
know, I looked at this and I instantly loved this game, right? I know this. Oh my goodness, here we go. And now the point is, after red takes on g6, h6, this pawn simply promotes.
Wow, and you cannot really stop it.
I don't know. I mean, this probably is not forced, but that was my, first
Wow.
instinct that something like this
That's
could
nice.
happen. But then again, black can play king f8, h6. This pawn is seemingly running forward. Check out this Keti, and bishop takes on f7.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah.
The last move.
Yeah, and something like king h7, the game still continues.
Wow.
So I think that this is precisely the reason why Diego here, he did not play this entire sequence,
Wow, that's actually is amazing.
I mean, look at this. He played bishop d5. And now apparently after bishop d5, you can't play bishop g6. I might be wrong though, Keti, but check this out. After bishop g6,
Yeah,
f6
I love
and
this
g6,
move.
h6, I got bishop g8.
No.
Is this really the thing? Unbelievable.
No.
Unbelievable
You
stuff.
cannot ruin this beautiful.
H pawn running forward, yeah?
No. You cannot do it.
So it seems that here, one of the high-seeded players of the under 16 section here was very tactically alert. So this
Yeah.
bishop g6, h6, maybe I'm seeing ghost here. But
Maybe h6 here first, and then we will see.
yeah, so no, white
No,
decided
H-
first include c4,
Oh.
which is an interesting intermezzo move. But yeah, so basically we got there anyway. So after h6, king f8. Now the question is this pawn on h6 worth the 2 extra pawns that black has? I'm not really sure.
How about rook? Oh, I love that. Cutting the king. There was a checkmate stretch too, and now just to walk away with the bishop.
I mean, it's really simple here. If this pawn is running forward, if it's unstoppable, white wins. Yeah, so
Yes.
that's why the here.
Bishop-
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry.
Yeah, the actual material balance here doesn't matter. Is this pawn on h6, and that's why when I was looking at this position, Keti, I tried to understand if I would play here rook takes on g2 myself. If I would do this, if I was black, and I
answer?
stared at this position for several minutes, and I realized I probably wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I realized it's probably very dangerous, but I have a feeling that Maciej Spiano here has calculated it already, everything.
Yeah,
right?
but also it's so interesting how the style of the chess player is changing by the years. When you are young, you are risking so much. You know that's the risk, but you're playing, sometimes all in, and you are counting on your opponent. And when you're getting more and more experience in chess, you are starting to appreciate more of these solid lines and to know that there's a draw and that's the guarantee for you. And you also trust your opponents. They are also experienced, and that's why at this level we have a lot of decisive results. Because they are taking the risks, and that's why it's so beautiful to see and observe all these games at this event. It will be never boring draw for sure.
It's still quite unclear. It's quite unclear if the h pawn is going to run forward. I don't really see though how.
Arturs, how about in that line that we showed, the rook g2, f6, and bishop g6 move? To stop rook getting on h5. If bishop g8, then h7. If king g8, then bishop d3.
That's a fair point. That's a very good point, actually.
But I don't like rook to g5 here.
I mean,
That's the problem.
rook g5.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, initiating a trade, and after h7, king g7, black
Yeah.
is just in time.
So rook h2, you can take my bishop because h7 wins. But now king goes on g8, and is this still something?
No, it's nothing. Yeah, now this is nothing, because I think if black gets something like this, the h pawn is gone nowhere. I mean, only to h7. Black controls the g file, and there's no rook g8 check. I think then black is simply winning, and he should be able somehow to mop this up. But I mean, still, super tense game here, and no easy walk, absolutely, for the high-seeded player here. Here we have a very nice view also on the venue. I believe this is not the stage, right? Once again, this is board number
3.
3. Yeah,
Under
so this is not the
16.
stage. We already discussed this before. The top two
But
boards.
it's top 3 board. It's also one of the top boards, let's say.
Yeah, but they're not playing
3.
on the stage. All right. I mean, you might not believe this, maybe. I don't know, the viewers, but I'm saying this definitely from my own experiences that, I mean, being on the stage, it is quite something, right?
It's very prestigious.
It's very prestigious.
Yeah,
it
it
always
is.
feels like that. I mean, whenever you're playing in these open tournaments, and there's like a podium, this giant stage, and this possibility for you to walk up before starting the round, and everybody's observing. Oh, there you go. There's the leader.
I
coming to the top
played,
board.
you know,
Feels
this
nice.
this event in France, Capella-Lagrande. It's one of the.
Yeah.
It used to be so popular, right? And I played once only, the very last edition, and it happened that I played 2 games in a row on the stage with my high heels, and I could see in the face of the players that they were not happy when I had to walk on my high heels on this stage. It was wooden, and every little step was like echo, and it was like 10 more steps, you know.
They're like, oh no, there's Keti coming. Oh,
and
no.
they were like, oh no, again. I was just sitting. I was so scared of everyone's look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's terrible.
Yeah.
All right,
let's
select a random game from under 16. Do we have somebody from the chat, or you're going to spin the wheel? I mean, dear viewers, you're not seeing this, but Keti is actually spinning the wheel. She is spinning the wheel because she has some sort of a secret app on her phone, and she is physically spinning the wheel.
The problem with the chat communication is that we have delay, as I understand, and we have a bit of the traveling time between us and our viewers. Maybe just random, as we are looking.
I'm just going to click.
Yeah, any. Maybe
All
we
right.
click again.
Why?
It looks equal-ish
Yeah?
position.
Why?
No, we can say.
No, I think it's... I mean, white has an extra pawn. White has an extra pawn, seemingly with no compensation. I wanted to say... Yeah, the knight on a6 is slightly disconnected from the game. So what black is trying to do is to hunt down this knight. Knight c6 enables here the black to play rook a8. So here we have a game of Carlos Francisco Valera Velasquez playing against Konstantin Andreev.
Right.
So Konstantin here is in slight trouble. He's trying to attack black with black with rook a8. And now just to showcase his idea, for example, after a3, black might be thinking about rook a8, and naturally knight b4 is met by trade here, and rook a1 is dropping the rook on h1. Of course, this is not going to happen.
Yeah, white can't afford to look this rook in this position, indeed. But maybe there are still some ideas here, as we have seen. There are still some traps here in this position.
I'm sure.
Rook a8, c3, knight d4, knight b4 sort of moves.
I'm sure there's some tricks. For example, the same line we mentioned after a3, rook a8, white can play knight c7 actually, you know, trade off this knight and simply try to capitalize on the extra pawn.
How about c3 maybe?
Yeah,
c3
also,
b
I was also considering this indeed. Yeah, c3, b takes on c3. Now you see the knight on a6 is protected by the bishop. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's a big difference actually. After rook a8, you don't have to move this knight away.
Yeah, precisely. So it's quite difficult. And usually these positions, unless black has a very clear path to claim the compensation, tend to go downhill for black, because for white it's easier to normalize the situation, regroup the pieces, than for black, you know, try to come up with something, right? So I think that here for Carlos Francisco, things are looking really well. We missed the last move here after this nice maneuver, knight c... Wait, what? Ah, that was a part of the longer sequence, apparently. All right, so black played c4, and I think that he did not really calculate properly this entire sequence, and apparently just lost a pawn for no compensation. All right, so that was the age group under 16 of the Open, and now we are going to go to the...
This is
I think it's
under
Open under
14.
14. Yeah.
Okay.
It's under 14 and...
Board number?
Oh, sorry.
3.
Oh, what? No, this game already is finished.
Yeah.
I have some technical difficulties here. The board number 3, I hope I can spell it correctly, Trangiapokam won the game against David Martinovic. All right, let me select the board number 4. Oh, wow. I'm so glad we chose it. So here we have Daniel Tabuenka Mendatoria Guatua playing against Miguel Arnolfo Zaragoza Alanis. All right. What do we make of this?
Very interesting position as White has strong pawn on e6 that somehow controls the whole board and gives White a lot of opportunities in the center, but it's something like White's pieces are not that well connected. Maybe White needs still to regroup some of the pieces and find the weakness in this position. For instance, Queen e3, Queen h6 could be something, Knight g5 followed.
This is a great choice, Keti. Actually, we accidentally stumbled upon this game. And could it be that this could be a potential upset in the making? Because, I mean, visually, I think that Black is just doing better. I mean, that's how it feels. I mean, I see the pawn on e6. I see that there's some, you know, weaknesses around the Black king here. I mean, some doctrinal weaknesses. But at the same time, I'm looking at White's position, and it seems that for Daniel here with White, the army is disorganized, right? I mean, the rook on h4 is a lone warrior, a lone wolf, so to speak, not doing much. The pawn on b5 is overstretched. The pawn on e6, if it drops, White's entire position collapses. And at the same time, Black's forces feel more mobile, right? I mean, the bishop on b6, knight on e7 did a wonderful job. The bishop on c8 is targeting the pawn on e6. And also look clockwise. I mean, here Daniel has 3 minutes versus Miguel's 7 minutes on 55. And this is move 25, dear viewers. So it appears to be that here one of the tournament favorites in the age group of 14 might be in trouble.
That's right. And for instance, if we talk about the moves itself, like the move like Queen e3, which looks very stunning, that after Queen h6 there will be some problems. After this move, Black might start to capture the knight on d4. You can't capture it back with the knight because rook on h4 is hanging. If you take with the pawn or with the queen, then e6 pawn drops right away.
That's a nice point. Yeah, that's a very nice point, actually. Let me just show it on the board. So Queen e3, bishop d4, yeah, knight e4, you can't take it, queen d4, or c takes on d4, the pawn on e6 is gone. Yeah, doesn't look very good for White. So what do you do? What do you do?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe rook e4 fall back. Looks quite unpleasant. I think we are having that one of the players on the screen because, dear viewers, we have the top 2 boards on cameras. Then we also have cameras for more boards for girls, but everybody else, I mean, who is playing in the gigantic hall here in Monte Silvano, we just can show it from a distance. Can't really show up close.
Yeah, what I really like about this place and about this tournament is that people in the city, just, I don't know, people at the restaurant or maybe I had to buy the SIM card at some shops, they know about this tournament. They know that this tournament is happening, and when they hear English speaking people, not Italians, they are asking right away for chess tournaments. So that's so nice that there is a sort of like celebration in the city for, they know that they are hosting the World Championship.
Now that you mentioned this, for some reason, a very old memory popped in my mind. The 2000 and, which year was this? 2006. Oh my goodness, it's 17 years ago. So 2006, there was the World Chess Olympiad in Turin. Was it? Yeah, in Turin, I think. Yeah, Italy. And we arrived with the Latvian national team to play in the World Chess Olympiad. And it was a late night. We could not find the directions to the Olympic Village because the tournament was being held in the Olympic Village. We were staying in the Olympic Village. So we stopped by and we asked a local, so how do we find the directions to the Olympic Village? We are about to play in the World Chess Olympiad. And they said, you're like a couple of months late. The Olympiad already is over. So, apparently 2006 or whichever year it was, there was this Olympiad, the big Olympiad. So they didn't even know there's also a chess Olympiad happening at that time. So they mixed up. They thought that we are like athletes arriving for the Olympic Games a couple of months
That's why
late.
chess has to be in the Olympic Games to avoid this kind of... oh, wow.
Yeah, we had a good laugh. All right, so Rook G4 is played here by Daniel. He's still thinking for the king set attack, I guess. H4, H5 here.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. All right.
And now the pawn on E6 is not hanging because after bishop D4 you have another knight to take it and support your E6 pawn.
Now, what do you do if you're black? I want to play knight f5, but obviously knight f5 I can't recapture an f5 because there's a pin. So the first move which jumps to my mind, Keti, is king h8. Very easy move, actually.
Yeah, that's the move.
All right, but we don't have the camera feed here. Unfortunately, it showed the close-up. So let's continue to move on.
Another move, Arturs, I would think here to play like c5 or c6. Just using this idea that you can't really move the knight away. I'm threatening c5 next move or knight d5 next move.
Oh, that's a great idea. I like it. Let me just show it on the board. c5, push away the knight, and knight c6. Now, this pawn on e6 is under heavy fire. I like it. Yeah, for example, just to showcase the viewers what could happen here. Knight c6, b takes, this pawn falls. Things are really bad for white.
Yeah.
All right, let's now go to the girls under 18 section. A lot of action has been happening here, and we could maybe start with board number 3, whereas Angelina Alexandrova playing against Rochelle Wu. I think here we are going to have the camera feed.
Yeah, we are going to have that. So this is another top board of high-rated players. We do have Wu from USA, woman the grandmaster, actually.
Nice timing.
Yeah. Oh, oh, that's done. She just won, I guess, by the placement of the rooks. Sorry, kings in the center.
I think it's a draw, no?
Draw or she won?
She won? No. I think it's... Or maybe that was another game. Not entirely sure what we saw. No, it's a... I think it's a draw. Because the black king is on e5.
Yeah.
Usually the white king is on e4, and this is the way you send signal to the digital board operator. The white king on e4, the black king on e5. There's no king on e4.
Yeah. On d4. So it means black won.
How? Huh. Okay, I guess this is the game, right?
No, it's not a game. It's on the second board. It's a top board on this stage.
Oh, we are missing some action here. Oh, okay, it's a bit confusing. So it's on the stage. So it's a girls under 18. Just a second. Let me try to find this. Girls under 18. It is. Let me try to find it. I think it was the game of Gori Menon against Yelizaveta Herbenchikova. That's the game maybe we talked about, and that's what we saw. All right, but let's now jump back to the action with the remaining boards. Here's the game of we mentioned Alexandrova against Wu Rochelle. Now the question is, can here the ELO favorite Rochelle capitalize on the slightly better endgame? It looks very unlikely, but I've seen stranger things happen here.
Yeah, the problem in this position is that there's no weakness in black's black side of the board. It's a one-side game now. The queen side is sort of like off the board. And if you push too much, we have already this g4 pawn and e5 pushed way too far, and you can also find yourself in a trouble, because this gonna weaken the king, and with the rooks and the queens on the board, you have to be very careful. So I would suggest here move like queen to e8 to offer queen trade, or
Queen
something, queen to e8, or something like rook b5 or rook to c8 to offer rook c1 trade.
I think this is the type of position where you need some help from your opponent. Of course, it's drawish, it's 4 versus 4, one weakness for white at the king side, meaning the pawn on g3, this would be totally symmetrical position. The pawn on g4, there are some dark weaknesses. It's not enough. You continue to play it on, and yeah, maybe Keti something like queen a8, trade the rooks, play perhaps g5, put the other rook on a5, but of course, ultimately the question is, then what, right? I mean, you still need more help from the opponent, and so far Angelina here with white is doing really well, holding on against a higher rated opponent. I think we are going to select simply another game, maybe board number, or maybe it's a random board. What do we do?
Go for
it, yeah. No spin?
No.
There you go.
Oh, too many pieces on the board.
Too many pieces.
And this one.
Gresha Jocelyn Gonzalez Romo is playing against Jana Sosovichkova. All right. What do we make of this?
That's a good question. So it's, I think somehow white stands better here and controls more of the board. So this dark squares, the pawns on the dark squares stop also the bishop to be very active. So something like queen to h5 might be interesting, followed up by h4 or g3 to break the pawn structure on the other side of the board. And with black, you can't do much against it.
Maybe. Then again, I have the greatest respect for this bishop on f6, because if the position somehow opens up, the bishop could be really strong. Then again, white can position the knight on c6, and it's not really clear what black is going to do against it. Probably it's somehow better for white. I think that here maybe white could open up things with something like g3. Can I do that? Yeah.
Yeah.
For example, g3, f takes, h takes, king g2,
Rook to h1.
rook h1,
Queen f3, queen f5. This
queen
kind
f3.
Queen h5. Even. It
actually-
depends how.
I wanted to get the knight to f5 somehow.
Could be good. Yeah.
I mean, of course you can't do it directly, but in some scenario, I like white's chances here. This also could be potentially a small surprise. But again, I mean, this is one thing I want to immediately underline, especially at the youth level. These ratings, they don't really matter. And I've said this to the local best players from Latvia very often when they're going to international tournaments. They're saying, oh, I'm playing against this lower rated opponent, should be big favorite. I said, no, don't do that. Don't do that, please. Yeah, I mean, these players very often, they're underrated. Maybe they're already playing completely different levels. So here it appears that Jocelyn is doing really well.
It makes a lot of sense because some of these players have not don't have much of the international tournament, and in their country the rating is very low. For instance, in Georgia it's very low, like average rating, so the players are very strong, but the rating is very low. So you are playing a lot of events, but you are not getting anything because it's like really low in the average, and that's why you have to travel abroad. You have to play in like other tournaments, like open tournaments, when you have a chance to play against higher rated opponents. So that's when you are getting some of the ratings. And at this age, they can't travel without permission of parents or without parents. So I would not really rely on the ratings unless there is like 300 or 400 ELO difference between players.
I completely agree, Keti. All right. I think that we have to change a bit the pace here because we don't really get to see these amazing cameras here close up from the player. So my suggestion is to go back to the top boards.
Top boards, and
check top boards. And of course, we're going to continue observe also under 16, under 14, everybody below board number 3. But yeah, we have so many cameras as we have. So let's go to the, where was this? one of the top boards. And I think it's high time for us to check how is doing the high-seeded player of the entire festival, that is Volodar Murzin, the only Grandmaster, at least with the title so far, because there was another player with a Grandmaster title incoming. The only player for sure over 2600 ELO. So here, right now, he is playing against Simone Pozzari, and Simone is doing really well because, I mean, when we looked at this position before, it appeared that Murzin was having a great position after the King's Indian defense, and now Simone is fighting back, right? Of course, everything is still perfectly in order for Volodar here, but Black is not in as dominant position as he was before.
I agree with that. When I see this position, I thought the same, that White has improved so much in this position, has created the pass pawn, which is guarded by the pawn on d5, so Black has to blockade this pawn by the knight. Knight d6, in fact, is a great piece. Rook to d8 has been played, and this opens up the road for the pawn. So Black wants to play next move f6, maybe to trade or simplify the position a little bit more. Rook e7 is another idea to then develop the dark square bishop to have more control. f6 will be always there, the threat. So that's the idea of this move, and it's not very sharp position yet, so they can still do some maneuvering on the board.
The clock situation could be a major role, could play a major role here in this position, because I think, where did the clock, by the way, disappear? Just a second. Oh, there you go. Oh, so sorry. Where did we go? Yeah, for some reason I lost the clock count, but here it shows 1 minute for White. So White here is in time scramble. This is move number 33. After bishop d8, Murzin had 6 minutes on the clock. Now he has 4 minutes. Now there is no official update on White's clock, so he should be really low on seconds. So maybe we could potentially zoom into the clock and see how exactly much time does he have, because sometimes the official broadcast is not exactly accurate.
Yeah, he just made a move, and for each move the players are making, they are getting 30 seconds of increment. We're getting closer, more closer. Do you see
I
it?
don't really see.
27 or
30 something seconds. Yeah, this is the closest we can get.
4 minutes for Black.
All right, very nice view. Very nice view on the clock. All right, so here apparently Simone has made a move, and that is rook b1 to b2, just to be safe. Rook e7, rook b2, king f2. Yeah, those are the moves on the board. Murzin is still pressing here. I think that he is definitely not nervous. He knows that he's in perfect control, and I think somebody as good as him, he's really hardened in the open tournaments. He knows that even if he doesn't win this game, it's not a big tragedy, of course. It's going to be a setback, but he is one of the favorites to win this tournament. And right now, I think he's trying to make White's life in the time scramble as difficult as possible.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's what he's trying to do. Push more pressure on the board. This position is not so rich as other chess positions can be. Not many ideas, but when you're pressing on the clock, you can make out some nice ideas.
Nervous keys. I mean, he's nervous, right? I mean, he feels it's very close. It's very close. But I mean, how? How do I set these problems? Do I play bishop a5, bishop c3? Looks very tempting.
Oh, I like that idea. Attacking the knight, getting this bishop at a better square. Maybe somewhere g5 can also work.
No, I think the problem could be knight g4, or oh wait, knight g4. No, not knight g4. Maybe just knight f3. Try to offer many trades, and bishop a5 is on the board, and of course here Pozzari already should have been ready for this move, but he doesn't have a lot of time. Last time we saw it was about 30 something seconds. I think the next move should happen in a moment.
Yep, he has to do it now.
There you go, he's reaching for the move.
He's panicking a little bit.
Knight f3 go back, of course, he's trying to salvage the position, try to trade the rooks, and of course, Murzin is going to try to keep at least a pair of rooks on the board. Bishop c3 played very quickly, applying as much pressure as he can.
The rook has to maybe just step on the side, rook to c2.
Yeah, I think, this board is a bit lagging behind. Those are the moves. Knight f3, bishop c3. This is what's happening here. Okay. Now I guess there could be a trade. Rook e2 makes perfect sense. And I think that black should decline the trade. Because with rooks gone, this looks quite difficult for... Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Maybe there's some ideas like this. Takes, takes, and I was thinking something like b5. b5 and c... Nah, it should not be enough. And now b5. I thought the black is somehow up a pawn, but no, I just realized it's just equal.
It's getting really close to equal in the obstacle color bishop. So rook has been traded. Probably rook is already on e2, and black has to make the decision now what to play.
Yeah, I think I can see already rook e7 has been played, rook e7 has been played, rook e2 is played by the Italian player here. Pretty sure that Murzin is not going to trade the rooks and he's going to respond something like rook c7. I did not see what he played, to be honest.
And you can do this move because then white's rook will not interfere on the 7th or 8th rank, so it's not very dangerous for black to give up the control over the back rank.
All right.
Rook c2 actually. Rook c7 and rook c2.
Rook c7 and rook c2. All right. Let's check the second board of the open section under 18. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's happening here? What is happening here?
Queen?
Wait a second. So it's official that the second board of the open section under 18 has reached the second time control.
Yep, just a move ago, f2 now is attacking the rook and also threatening the f1 promotion.
Is white losing this? That's the first feeling I have here, because I mean white is up a queen, right? I mean having an extra queen is great, but I'm seeing this pawn on f2, which is about to promote, which probably is going to cost white a rook.
Yeah.
And when you do that, black is going to be left with the bishop, knight, rook, and a couple of pawns on top of that. I mean, this is clearly too much. So I think that we are definitely gonna come back to this game at some point later, because this is a very exciting game. We looked at this after the opening stage, so we are gonna try to find more action in the time scramble. Maybe select somebody from the other categories, the top boards. How about this very exciting strategical battle of open section under 16, Axel Kvaloy against Ivor Colev.
Rook endgame.
Rook endgame.
White has 2 extra pawns.
Yeah, it should be a technical victory for one of the pre-tournament favorites, Axel Kvaloy. Another talent from Norway, which of course is most known for producing the greatest player in the history of chess, Magnus Carlsen. There's a bunch of new talents emerging. So great to see also Norway thriving. All right.
Indeed.
Yeah, this seems to be an easy technical victory, because, I mean, even if Kvaloy gives up the pawn on b5, I mean, this extra pawn at the king side should decide the fate of the game in favor for white.
Yeah. 2 pawns are way too much sometimes. So now white can use g-pawn to distract the king and get its own king in the center and then on the queen side. And here what's even more difficult, the rook situation here. Usually you would like to have more active rook, and now we can see that black's rook is quite passive. It's quite limited, have only 2 moves to play on this diagonal. So move like king e3, king d3, king d4, king c5 is white's threat now.
Yep, looks really great. Axel looks a bit bored. No, maybe he's concentrated. I'm not sure. He's concentrated. G4, played very quickly. Let's select somebody else. So here seems to be great news for Norwegian fans. Maybe let's go to the section of open section under 14, I think, where is a game of Banh against Swan Bruno Fernandez Lira. Okay. Wait, actually this could be potentially dramatic. Look at this. The position is quite a material balance. And white is the ELO favorite. But a clock, I mean, both players are in quite a time scramble. Black is below 1 minute and 2 moves to make until the next time control.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. It seems that black has already made up his mind. Bishop e4. I mean, I see, of course, it's material equality on the board, but who's better here?
It's very difficult. I think I like more black's position because somehow black's pieces are more active, controlling, pinning a lot of pieces. So if you now give me a check with the rook, then you will lose the pawn on e6. You can't give me a check with the bishop because it's pinned. And if you start to play with the king, there will be some checks. And maybe I want to play h5, h4 myself.
Yeah, but what about rook f1 or rook d1 ideas? I'm also threatening with some rook f7, rook d7 checks.
Yeah, that's also quite powerful tool for white.
All right, so white needs to make one more move, and it appears that he already has many. You can see, I mean, black literally slammed the move bishop c6. So I think that I don't clearly see it was rook. I don't see where the white rook stands. a1 or b1 from this angle. Ah, it was on a1. Okay, of course. I mean, rook a1 attacked the pawn on a4, bishop c6. It appears here that black is doing perfectly fine. Maybe more than that even. How do you protect the pawn? Yeah, I think it's going to be quite equalish if white plays something like rook a7 check, king e6, collect the pawn. Doesn't mean it's going to be a draw though.
Yeah, no. With 2 rooks on the board, maybe rook c2, rook g2 to create some some weaknesses on the king side. And also something like rook a8 to push a3, a2. That can get very dangerous.
Yeah, now the players are awarded with extra half an hour on the clock. So the time scramble, I think it's officially approaching its finish line, and a lot of players are getting extra 30 minutes. Also, many more decisive results are incoming all over the age groups. Just to give you, dear viewers, some results in case you are not getting them at the official website or the chess results, which is one of the primary sources where people get information about the results. So in the open section under 16, Jan Klimkowski has won his game with the black color against Jan Domin. We looked at this game briefly, Keti, this very interesting Sicilian Alapin, where white misplayed it. Sava Vetokhin, the top-seeded player under 14 in the open section, also has won his game with the black color. The same applies for Yelizaveta Hrebenshikova. We passed by this game in the girls section under 18. Also, girls under 16, Alua Nurmanova has beaten her opponent. The same is for the second seeded player, Chukiao Wang against Marina Levchenko. Remember, this was this Gaspet game with the extra exchange. All right, and now we are going to have to choose something. So how is doing? By the way, I'm going to make another look at Murzin's game and then select somebody else.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, so the situation has calmed down a bit.
Yeah, not much of the changes so far. Just 1 or 2 moves more, because this is 40 move actually. They are taking some time, I guess, after the increment. But also mentioned this earlier, this is not a very rich position. One idea that I see here is b5 for black. So it takes b5 and then c4 to open up a little bit the center and weaken the pawns, but that's the only idea I see here.
All right. Now, what would you like to check next? Which game?
We have to keep the eye on the top boards, and that's going to be our final focus for today. Most of them have been already finished because the first round might be the shorter one because of the pairing. So let's just keep moving around on the top boards.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
So let's focus on the first two boards on every single category. So once again, I'm really curious. Now that we have time, the time scramble is officially over. I'm really curious what happened in this amazing struggle between the second high-seeded player in the Open Under-18 section, Vopala Pranit, against Matthias Lindschuten. Can we do that?
Let's do that.
Yeah, it's because this game is absolutely insane. I mean, it all started with this G4.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a G4 on the board.
Yeah.
It means, there's a lot of action incoming. Black said, okay, do your worst. 95.
Yeah, there was Rook G5 move we liked very much.
Now, this is where we left it, I think.
Yeah.
After Rook G5. Black played F5. He was not impressed. Rook G1. Bishop D7. Bishop F3. White was trying to build up something at the king side. Looks promising, but look at that. Also, black is reminding white that your king is here a bit exposed. Bishop E7, Queen F2, brave. Black is not afraid to lose the queen.
Yeah, this queen is very limited. Right now it doesn't have any legal move. And if white managed to attack maybe D3, bishop C3, bishop E1, this piece will be gone.
Hold on, what is this move? Just a second. So Rook H3, D4?
What is this for?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what's the purpose. Because, I mean, it's a very interesting sequence. So here, after Rook H5, Queen F2, Rook H3, white is up a pawn, but some compensation, and black is supposed to open up the queen side, and he drops the pawn with D4. That's a very mysterious move. So obviously, knight x on D4, queen x on G1, you take the rook. E takes on D4, I think there's a trick with knight F4, and the rook on G1 is under attack. This I get it, but what's the issue with bishop takes on D4? Could it be there's some E5? Could it be this, Keti?
And if I take with the pawn, there's F4.
Oh my goodness. And if the rook goes away, the bishop on F3 is under attack. Okay. Oh my goodness, this is fantastic.
But,
I mean,
but there is it takes F and the queen is hanging and it's trapped.
Where? Which line?
Bishop D4, E5, pawn takes E5, F4, pawn takes F4.
You do know how to spoil a very good intention. Okay, there's the queen on the... you're absolutely right.
I don't understand D4, like, to be honest. After bishop D4, black, in fact, played bishop C5.
You mean here?
No, after...
maybe... No, I don't know. Maybe now C5. Yeah, by the way, the viewers, we're not using an engine here. I feel we haven't said this very clearly. We are trying to figure out ourselves. We're two grandmasters, but even for us, this is a bit challenging to understand, especially when we're looking at this position for like a couple of minutes, because I'm pretty sure here Matthias and Vopala, they spent a great deal of time trying to figure out all of this. I mean, anyway, for the bravery, for the imagination, you have my admiration, Matthias Lind. I mean, that's what I want to say. Beautiful. And here, Pranit said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try to trap the queen, by the way, which also makes perfect sense with Rook G2.
Yeah, Rook G2 is a threat now, or Rook F1. Now he goes Bishop D4.
Wow, what a mess. It feels like it's some official random chess, no?
Yeah.
Bishop C... What?
What? Can I just take it? Oh, then you take the pawn on d2
Oh
with the
my
check,
goodness.
and your queen is free, and wow, that
Oh
was
my
the
goodness, this
whole
is so nice.
idea.
And take on c5 with a queen. Oh my, this is a gem actually. Look at this, Keti. So here, black played bishop c5, white played rook g2 to trap the queen, and here e takes on d2, queen f1 check. Somehow black lives, and this queen is in danger for a long time. And here Vopala was desperately trying to hunt down the queen, and this is where black was taking over the game with e5. You can't take on e5, there's f4. Mission accomplished, I guess, because queen takes on h3 is bishop d5 check, but you start to count the chicken basically at the end of the day. And it's too many. I mean, it's way too many, right? I mean, look at this.
And black's pieces are active, and what's very important, the king stands at the wrong place, white's king. Very exposed and very weak.
I mean, genius game so far, unbelievable. So knight e5, rook f7, rook d8. Wow, wow, look at this. Another exchange sacrifice. Queen d4, white centralized the pieces. He's looking for some knight f6 check, some ideas on g7. No, black sacrifice an exchange. Rook takes on d5, and most importantly, 40th move. Keti, would you make this 40th move?
On the
move,
seconds.
yeah, where people make a lot of blunders.
Yes.
Where you are basically playing on seconds. You have to make this very, very big decision. And here, Matthias Lind did this. He sacrificed the exchange. He calculated apparently precisely. Did he now? Because after queen d5 check, now he has a choice to play either king h8 or repeat the position with rook f7. But wait a second, is this king h8 not very obvious?
Let's say queen c5.
Wow. How do you find these moves? No, queen c5 is 97. Queen d6 maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what is this. Wow. I mean, I think that black is not in danger even if he loses the knight somehow. I mean, something like knight e7. I protect the rook. You can't take it. I have queen, and I move the rook. Who knows where? And I was thinking even this position is more or less fine for black. Even this position should be fine. Takes, and something like whatever, h6. I don't believe for a single second here black can be in any danger. Okay, although white takes the pawn on a7 and is about to move it forward. What a game.
Yeah, okay, this might change something. This might change big things. There is no check that much checks for the black's king because of the bishop controls the long diagonal, but
wow,
that's not.
I mean, really, really a joy to watch these two youngsters playing this because, I mean, I think we could just walk through once again this entire sequence. Where was this? I mean, all of this started way before. Way before. I mean, this was like a very big struggle. So White's idea is completely sound. He felt that here, he sacrificed his pawn, tried to hunt down the black queen, and if the queen goes away to e7, he's going to have his h4, h5 ideas open the king side. And it was here, Schutten here, who was not afraid. He said, I mean, let's do this. Let's position the queen on f2. I mean, it's got to take a lot of guts to do something like this, right? The queen on f2 is in danger. d4 trying to change the course of the game, but the next moves were actually sensational. This bishop c5.
It's amazing move. Bishop c5 is just amazing move.
Right. Queen f1, bishop d4, rook d8. And it seems that queen is almost lost. e5. And then sacrifice the queen for a lot of material. Wow.
Yeah. They actually made the move, so let's check it out.
Sorry.
What is on the...
It's knight f7. Knight f7 is on the board. Of course, yeah. Knight f7 because, of course, it makes sense.
Why to give up the piece?
Yeah, why give up the knight when you can keep it?
Yes.
I think it's actually winning for black. Because...
There's rook g7, king g7, queen d4.
Oh, you want to give me perpetual? I mean, maybe you have to. And wherever.
King G8.
King G8
If
and take
check,
on F2.
then Bishop G6, so I have to take on F2.
Now this should be technical winning.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 extra pieces, not extra, but 3 pieces for the queen. It's already material advantage for black. The pawn on C4 is very strong. The pawn on A7 doesn't matter. So maybe white can still escape here with perpetual check. But it's
There's
already a
H6.
question about escape.
Yeah, there's H6, King H7, so there's no more check, and you are standing still in that position. But also the question is what happens after Queen A7, because I'm getting this extra pawn on the A file.
Yeah, you also might have some counterplay. I think objectively black is winning here. And we are getting some moves, which is so the body language of the Indian player doesn't really spell a lot of enthusiasm. I mean, I know this posture too well. He is not very happy, but yeah, that's chess. That's the World Championships. What do you expect, of course? I mean, but we have to give a great shout out for both of the players, for their imagination, for Vopala, for this amazing idea of G4, and also for Matthias Lind for picking up the gauntlet and saying, let's do this. That's why we are here, to do business and to play some of the most exciting chess. All right, so this is the game we want to keep an eye on, I guess, also later, but we have to move on. What's the next game?
We have to move on, and you can choose the next game.
Which is still live, yeah? On top
yeah,
boards.
Yeah.
All right, that would be the board number 2. This is the game we checked already, but let's once again observe the board number 2 of the open section under 14, where Gia Hai Banh is playing against Swan, Bruno, Fernandez, Lira. Looks quite the same as the last time we looked at it.
Yeah, not much of the changes, but somehow shows me that black's rooks are a little bit active than white's, but can't believe that it can be too much. And
actually, yeah, you're right. I mean, black has made more progress. So it's already a small technical surprise. I mean, again, if we look at the ratings, but should we really look at those ratings? Because, I mean, look at this pawn on A4. Black is more far advanced at the queen side. The white pawn on H2 stands still, does nothing. And the king is just running somewhere. Is it running? Or maybe it's not running anywhere. Because there's some rook d1 check or rook d6. I'm not sure. No, I think you gotta play king d5.
rook d1 check.
You're not impressed, yeah? Watch out for this pawn. I don't see any checks. I would love to include the bishop on g3 with a check, but there's a pin. And black has conveniently placed the rook on g8. You know, I'm sure that here engine says it's like 0, 0, 0, but
it's very difficult to play this.
It's not easy. Yeah, it's not easy. All right. So what else is there? There's also one of the top boards of the girls section under 18, and that is Leah Kurmangaliyeva playing against Jessica Hyatt. That was the game of where black pushed e5, remember?
Yeah, in the Stonewall, and we can see almost half empty playing venue of the first day of the FIDE World Youth Chess Championship. But yeah, okay.
She did play knight h5. I told you, yeah, knight h5, very nice. d-takes, knight e5, knight e5, bishop e5, castles, textbook, bishop d7, bishop b2, queen f7, but black managed to, you know, normalize the position. Black is slightly worse, but no big deal. All right. So I decided to keep looking for her chances because she could have already tried on f6 and take on d5. But, you know, at the professional circuit, there's usually this saying, is it going to be enough to win the game? And I think that here Leah simply answered to herself, no, it's not enough. I mean, I have this isolated pawn on d5, but is it going to be enough for me to win the game? Probably not. And that's why she played queen d2.
Yeah, she has to keep the queens and queens on the board, but now as there are some weaknesses in the position, d5, f5, those pawns are pushed way too far. Maybe even a5 too, somewhere there. This gives white slightly better position.
Yeah, white is definitely better, and this is why Jessica Hyatt here with black tried to change the course of the game. Oh,
I like it actually how she's doing with all this tactics and all these aggressive moves that give not white any time to play calm game.
Yeah, but this move I'm not sure I like. Why don't you take on e2? Because now it appears that white once again is in the driving seat. Beautiful knight on d4. Rook c5, a4. Wait a sec, how did she misplay this? Because now white has a large advantage here. Beautiful blockade here. And somehow things went wrong for white. So black decided to seek a counterplay. Knight c6, rook c6, white is up a pawn. And black decided to activate her pieces. So white is up a pawn, by the way.
Yeah. But white's king is now active. And there are some weaknesses on h6, on a4.
Oh wait, I think it was just me. I didn't calculate the material balance on the board. No, I think that Leah has everything under control. Okay. Yeah, because when we initially looked at this position, I thought that the position is equal. I just didn't count the pawns.
Because you say the active king.
Yeah, very active king and the passed pawn in the center. But now I see that white is simply up a pawn. Now it's 2 pawns, and the ELO favorite, Leah Kurmangaliyeva, here is well on her path to win this game.
Yeah, she can try to play rook a6 to grab a4 pawn, or she can try actually to play h4 to create the pass pawn on the king side, and that can be easy to convert. She goes with rook to h3 to control the 3rd rank, so no rook c3.
All right.
That's quite safe play.
All right, so those are the top 2 boards. What do we do next?
We maybe we can come back at on the first board and check it out what actually happened in that endgame.
All right.
They might start to play faster now. Little.
No.
Little. We have these pawns on the 4th rank.
Not quite. That's the game of Simone Pozzari against Volodymyr Murzin. The player with the highest rating in the entire tournament, 26-25, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, 26-25, yeah.
Yeah. Also, I think we have the camera for the girls of 16 and 18. Maybe we can try to get them also. Also, I think we did not really have a look at them with another roundup. Yeah, we could do that. So let's jump to those games. Unfortunately, girls under 16, board number 3 and 4, they're finished because the highest seeded player, Maria Sikanska, has won against Emilia Lazovic, and the 4th board, and the 4th board, Alexandra Shvedova, has delivered a killing attack against Anastela Balash. All right. And that was the category of 16 of the girls. All right, and I think here we might have, no, we might have nothing because all the top boards are finished. All right. Let's maybe go to the girls under 14. No, girls under 14, they are all quite but finished.
Yep, I think we have few games open in the top board, so we can just keep the eye on those ones because pretty much they are already gone.
Oh, just a second. Sorry, it keeps refreshing here. All right, what do we do now? Do we make a break? What do we do?
Yeah, I think when we are ready, we can make the break, and so we will come back with the final segment where we will just observe the last moments of the top boards.
All right, dear viewers, hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. write your insights, your questions in the chat. Hope your favorites, who you are rooting for, they're doing well. If they're not, sorry, it's only round number 1. There's 11 rounds in total. We are going to be back in several minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more games to follow.
Welcome back, everyone. This is for the World Youth Chess Championship in Montesilvano, Italy, and we are having the first round out of 11 rounds at this competition. Keti and Arturs in the studio, and this is our very last segment as most of the games have been already done. We have almost the empty playing venue, but still some of the games are in progress. And Arturs, we can show that games to our viewers.
Absolutely. So once again, welcome back, the viewers. So I think we have to go back to the game of one of the central rounds of Open Section Under 18. Bhopala Pranith, the young talent from India, is facing here Matthias Lind Schutten, apparently another young talent from Norway. So a big shout out once again to the Norway fans. And here we are probably seeing an upset in the making, because after a couple of moves, now the dust has settled and Black is about to promote his F pawn to a brand new queen. And initially, when I saw Keti this move rook f4, I thought, oh no, it's a blunder, right? Because I felt that after queen e6, king f3, queen h3, it's a perpetual check. But no, white apparently is still not out of the woods just yet, because black continues king e2, queen h2. And now you have to be quite careful, because you can't play king e1, willingness to promote, because after queen f4, queen, that would be quite an unfortunate end of the game with queen e2 on the board. But of course, this is not going to happen, because after king e1, not instead of king e1 here, black just plays rook f3, bishop e4 check, whatever the king goes, and I just don't believe that white can hold this pawn without promoting.
Yeah, that is actually truth. We do have one game, one move updated. So queen is on g2 and gives the check from here. There is another move, like for instance, king e3, queen to g3.
King e3? Yeah. All right. King e3 makes sense.
Queen g3, rook f3, queen to
e5.
e5.
Are you not afraid of this?
Yes.
It's almost like a self-mate here. No. What about just king e2?
Okay.
Now there's no mate on d2.
Yeah.
This should be winning.
Fine, actually.
Yeah. So you take on f4. I put another queen. Extra piece on d3 is going to decide the fate of the game. No, it's completely winning. I don't see any chance here for the Indian player, and must be a great way to start for the tournament for Matthias Lind, clearly underrated player, because I mean he played this game, I mean, incredible. I'm not really sure, Keti, of course, what the engine is going to say about his choices, but accepting the pawn, then finding moves like d4, finding moves bishop c5 later in the game, absolutely stunning. And clearly he shows he can play very good chess.
Yeah, I can't agree more. Seems like it's black's game. Let's take a look now on the first board, where the rating favored is playing with the black pieces, and we do have very small updates in this position, and I would not be surprised if this game also ends in a tie, and we might have another upset in this round.
So it's not easy, absolutely not easy. Once again, the top boards, they're showing that, I mean, at this age group, anybody can beat anybody, right? And the second seeded player, Bhopala, at the second board is about to suffer a shock loss in the first round. I've seen that happen before. Also, obviously, by a great margin, the high-seeded level player, Volodar Murzin, he should be having smooth sailing in the first round against lower-rated opposition, especially after a great opening. No. I mean, now he's struggling actually to have any advantage whatsoever, because I don't think he has it here. The Italian player has been putting up very good resistance against his very fearsome opponent, and now I don't even think that black has any real advantage except of the extra time on the clock. And I think, Keti, this is the only chance of Volodar here. If he wants to win this game, he's got to play fast, apply pressure, but ultimately it might just not be enough.
Yeah, because there are not too much of the weaknesses in white's position, and also you can't really create any if you don't want to give up too much. Like, for instance, if you want to create something, you have to play b5, pawn takes pawn, and then c4, but
yeah, but it costs a pawn. I mean, I just don't even see how black plans to make any progress. So, for example, you play b5. Let's do it right here. For example, let's say you play b5. C takes on b5, you organize a passed pawn. I play bishop e2 or bishop f1. Okay, let's say bishop f1 is a safer move. Then what? You can't recapture on b5. The pawn on c4 is under attack. You can give me a whole check. I'm just going to go away. If you play, I don't know, c3, now the pawn on b5 is protected. White plays bishop d3. This is often actually how black overpushes things and can get in trouble at some point, right? So we have seen these things happening all the time. So not really obvious choice. All right, so let's assume black doesn't do this. He doesn't push b5. What else is there? I mean, if you play a6, prepare to play b5, it is very obvious that white is going to respond with a4. Then what, right? So once again, it's all about the b5 idea. You can try to activate the bishop on d8, but again, don't miss white's counter chances with king f3, knight f6, and rook h2.
Yeah.
So ultimately, even despite the fact that Murzin is up on the clock extra 10, 15 minutes, it doesn't matter because he doesn't see what can be done here.
No. And that is actually perhaps was the strategical thoughts at the beginning when Simon traded the pawns in the center, and we were not a big fan of that, but it actually gives us this very dry position here when there are not too much of the tactics, and sort of I have a feeling that it was chosen especially to play against your very high rated player. You don't want to risk too much, you want to have safe game.
Yeah, but I still think that black was doing really well. I mean, looking at this position after the opening, you get this, knight h2, knight e6, rook d1. I think this is a dream position for black, right? And apparently, whatever the choices Murzin did later in the game, they were not the right choices, right? So knight e2, c5, I'm not sure about that because, I mean, we didn't really see this part of the game, but it did weaken the d5 square. White activated his pieces, and suddenly it was not very obvious. There you go, quite unexpected counterattack by white, and it ended up with an equal position. So here we have, I'm not sure, is this on the board by the way? a6, a4? I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. So at the end of the day, I don't see Murzin winning this. So the only thing he can do, I guess, is try to play some tricks, try to extract from the opponent as much as time as he can. For example, here, if Simone Pozzari has 5 minutes, you want to delay any big decisions until your opponent is forced into a time scramble, and then you do your best chance, so that your opponent has difficulties to react with a very limited time. But to be honest, I mean, white's moves here are pretty easy. I mean, king f3, very easy next move. And I just don't see more than winning these. So it looks like this is getting to a draw. And let's get on to our next game.
And let's take a look if we have anything else in progress. And this is one last board, the rook end game. Somehow black managed to grab b pawn, and still the game is on. That's quite surprising.
All right, so this is the age group of girls under 18, the second board. Leah Kurmangaliyeva playing against Jessica Hyatt, and somehow black is fighting back. And now, Keti, I'm not so sure this is so obvious, because where we left this, let me point it out. Where was this? Here.
Yeah.
How about here? White is up full 2 pawns, and it should be enough to win the game. She played rook h3, all right, rook f8, f3.
Oh, it cuts the rook there.
That
well,
is
starting
strange.
from rook h3, white could play rook a6 instead and go for a4 in this position.
Right, I was looking at this position from afar and I didn't understand why don't do this. Why don't you collect this pawn on a4 and then play b5 check? It seemed like a very easy choice. What did she miss? I don't know. Maybe there's something like rook f8, f3 and g4, and maybe she got scared, but I mean, you just take on a4, right? And always give a check and then take on f3, or take on f3, then give a check. No, it's just a easily winning position. Yeah, so this rook h3 and f3 feels weird. And maybe this is where Leah started to experience some issues, and Jessica managed to organize some counterplay, b5. All right. So this is the position on the board, and Keti, you know, I'm not even sure if white is winning anymore. I look at the clock also, because Leah Kurmangaliyeva is down on the last minute. She's in severe time trouble, and Black has 20 minutes on the clock, and those 3 pawns, yes, they're connected pawns, yes, they're 2 extra pawns, but as far as I know, there's a rule about the pass pawns, Keti. 1 pass pawn rolls forward a lot faster than connected pass pawns.
Yeah, and also the king's activity is very important in the endgame. You can see that white's king is cut it off from the second rank, so this king cannot be activated, and black can start to push the pawn, the king, and there can be some kind of checkmating threats on the board. This is getting really risky. The pawn is already on the 3rd rank.
All right. I would be quite careful here, because you can get in trouble if black is allowed to play king c3 and d3. There's mate threat ideas. So it seems that here the Kazakhstan player has to give up the pawn on f5 and acknowledge that she needs to be a bit careful here, because these 3 pawns, they're not going anywhere really. Well, maybe king d1 and d3. I don't know, Keti. I would have started with king c3 to be honest, but d3 it already allows white to play rook g8, rook c8, try to give checks. I would have tried to play something like king what? Can I actually play? Wait a second. Can I play king d3 here? King d3, king e1. Okay, maybe not king d3. I'm thinking about king c3 and then d3, so that you can't easily give me these checks, and then I collect the pawn on the 5, and I thought I want to play this for a win.
With black, you can actually try here.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Because I have a very active
more
king and
time
the
on
pawn.
the clock.
Yeah, more time on the clock, and
There
the
will
pawn.
be no increment anymore, so
yeah.
I mean the 30 minutes increment. They have 50 seconds, 30 seconds increment for each move.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, objectively, I think it's heading to a draw now, because now after d3, white can't be ambitious here. I don't believe it. I mean, with such a monster pawn on d3, I mean, you got to be very careful. Yeah, rook g8 is played, and the body language of Kurmangaliyeva says it all. I mean, she's very unhappy about the choices she has made, but she's not the first one and not the last one, because converting material advantage, dear viewers, this is one of the most greatest topics in chess there is. It's so difficult sometimes to get this winning position from point A to the point B when your opponent is resigning. All right. Rook g8, rook f5 is played, and now I think white needs to give a lot of checks, because at king c3, king d4, king e3, I don't think that black is in any danger here anymore, despite the fact that these connected pass pawns here are at white's disposal. This game is getting to a draw.
Yeah, and anyway, you can always get one of these pawns back after rook f1 check and rook f2. These pawns will just fell one by one. The king moved away, and this is king to b3 to get closer to a pawn, and now white has to play rook to d8 or king to d2 to grab the d pawn. I don't believe that at this point white is thinking to win anymore.
All right. Rook c8 check, king b3. We saw it on the camera. A very interesting choice, by the way. It means that black is not gonna try to keep the pawn, or is he? No. I think it's still a draw because after rook d8, wait a second, just a second, Keti. Can I be ambitious here? After rook d8, maybe black is still ambitious, and after king, not king c3, but takes the pawn on a3. Take it and play king b2, because look at this pawn on a4. It's very dangerous.
Yeah, but rook d8, rook b8, the king is close too.
Wait a second. I can easily imagine some problems here for white. I mean, it seems that black has no danger here. And you know, usually this is like a shock moment for you, because I definitely know this because I've been in this situation many times, because when you are the dominating player for most of the game, you lose this sense of danger. And you think, okay, I'm totally winning this, and there's no way I can lose this, and when there's the slightest issues appearing, you still think that you have the draw in the pocket, and then comes the horror in your realization, oh my goodness, I'm actually risking to lose this.
I am the one who has to defend it.
It can be difficult. So the body language here for Leah, I mean, doesn't spell a lot of optimism, but maybe she still got things under control. After king takes on a3, is this by the way on the board? No, it's not on the board yet, I think.
White's king is all the way on d3 square, so...
Oh wait, she decided to activate the king instead. Of course, it makes sense. Yes, not rook d8, but king d2. Very good play by Leah here. Rook f2 check, king d3. Just take on g2. This is going to be a draw. And there you go. They agree. They agree to a draw. So, do they agree to draw? No, they don't agree. I'm so sorry. I think they were reaching for another. And
the game
notation.
on the under 18 second board has been ended, and we can see the king on e5. So this is one of the biggest upset. Vupala Pranath, Grandmaster from India, 2500. It's not fixed yet, but he has all the norms and the rating. He lost against Matthias Schouten from Norway, and
big victory for the young Norwegian, being one of the tournament favorites with the black color. Once again, it just shows how unpredictable is this tournament. All right. So
another game, I think they are also finishing it.
I think they will end in a draw here. The pawn on h4 stands. The players are getting the second score sheet, but no, it's a draw. By the way, this is very interesting moment here. I'm simply going to select another game, and I would like to talk about it, because the viewers, you might not be aware of this. Those of you who haven't played competitive high-level tournaments, but there are these score sheets which have exactly 60 moves to be written. And when you reach over 60 moves, you are often getting, obviously you have to continue writing those moves, you're getting a second score sheet, right? And you continue writing down these moves. And sometimes when you're about move 60, it's already pretty obvious how the game is going to finish. And very often the players, they tend to be practical, so that I don't have to start to fill in again the second score sheet, right? Let's just wrap up the game right here, because I have to write the first name, the last name, the date, the rating, blah blah blah, everything. I have to write all of these things. And very often the players, they shake hands like, okay, that's it. I mean, we have managed to fit in this very first score sheet because we already know how this game is finishing. But I've seen sometimes some players do it on purpose. They make exactly one move, Keti. They make like 61 and then they shake hands.
Wow,
oh my goodness. What a waste of a score sheet.
That's very funny behavior indeed.
No, but I mean, it's of course completely normal. They can play out whatever, but I always thought that both players very often, they already know how the game is going to finish. They're simply not going to use the second score sheet. Of course, you can do that.
All right, this is the last board of today. Some on the top boards. Do you have anything that you want to show maybe to our viewers? Because I think we will just...
this game is continuing for quite a while, and here you see that Murzin is dragging the game to a time scramble. There's nothing else he can really do. The position is pretty level. So let's select some other games, and I think that we could jump around a bit. Maybe there was one game I was really interested for some personal reasons. Oh, it's already finished. That was our countryman Agnesa, there Avetisiana.
Ah, I've heard actually about her. She won the European?
Yeah, she won the European
Under-
Championship under age 16 earlier this year. So one of the recent achievements for Latvian chess, and obviously one of our bright talents here to perform really well. As I'm from Latvia myself, so I'm always very happy to see my countrymen performing well. But apparently for Agnesa here, things turned out not really so great because she was the pre-game favorite, but she finished the game in a draw. Again, result we have seen happening on the older age groups.
Well, remember when
often.
I told you about not being a bad result to make a draw
Of course
first
not, it's not a
round
bad.
in the 11 rounds.
Yeah, it just shows
We're
how
going to
tough
see
is
a
this.
lot of players on the top boards, those who have made a draw today or even lost a game.
All right, I'm selecting another game from the girls under 16 to give some love. All right, what is happening here? Caroline Lindegard Brunse is playing against Sarah Olivia Sipola. What do we make of this position? Black is pressing, I guess. Who are these players? Just a second, let me pull up information. I don't know much. Yeah, just a second.
Under six girls under 16.
There's so many age groups, so many players.
Board 19.
Board 19. No, it's. I can't find it.
Okay, because
For
on
some
board
reason.
19 it's starting from third board.
Yeah. Okay. So players from Denmark and Finland. All right. So two Scandinavian countries are meeting against each other. Yeah. By the way, I've read the viewers what one of you were writing in the chat that we could announce the countries where the players are from. Yeah. Here we are also not seeing where the players are from. So that's why I have to check a separate list. So yeah, Denmark playing against Finland here. So Olivia here is apparently slightly pressing, having outside pass pawn perspectives at the queen side. Not much to see here. I think the game is still pretty level. All right, let's select another game, maybe another age group. Let's check maybe girls under 14. Who do we have? Hanvi Namala playing against Emile Negre. Okay, what is this?
So black has an extra exchange, but the king is also quite active here in this position. Knight is a very tricky piece, so I believe both sides has to be a bit careful. Maybe black is now threatening queen h4 to trade the queens off the board to go to the endgame, give up the rook for the pawn and then to promote a pawn, but it is white to move. We do have check on the board.
All right, queen e5 makes sense. Watch out for queen e5, knight g7 forks. Things like that can be really unexpected. Also could be, by the way, some g4 tricks. I mean, I've seen these tricks very often. Queen f5, for example, g4 check. You can't take with the queen, you have to take with the king. And oh my goodness, there's so many tricky checks here. Something like queen d4 check, king h5, and I'm not sure. Okay, apparently not here. Not here, yeah.
Yeah, the idea can be something like to push g4 and then to create a checkmate, but not possible here. Knight g7 is more than enough, I believe, in that position.
Sure. So queen e5 check. I think king h6 makes perfect sense, and white is simply running out of checks, at least keeping the queens on the board. All right. So who else we could check? Maybe the open section of under 18. Oh, there you go. There's another Latvian player. Let's check him out. And he's actually playing. No, he's not playing. Sorry, he lost. I got the delay of the results. But there is one of the top players. Oh, sorry, why is it doing this? One of the top level players is playing, and that is Jakub Seaman from Poland, I believe, playing against Ergit Ramaj. That is the age group of 16, I think.
Open, or yeah, open, yeah.
Yeah. Again, I'm gonna try to pull up the countries. Ramaj is from Albania, and Jakub, as already said, is from Poland. All right, so here it appears that the yellow favorite is doing really well, because I don't think that black can trade rooks. Here, yeah, maybe we can showcase this moment, because if you would take on g2, it appears that it's material equality on the board, but due to the fact that this 1 pawn for white holds 2 black pawns, and this pawn on e5 for white is protected, this is quite a dangerous choice. For example, king f5, king f3, g6, I go here, you cannot go forward, the pawn on e5 is going to simply advance, here, here. Actually, I think it's just winning for white. King g5, e6, collect a pawn.
King h6, yeah.
Yeah, it's just winning. So that's why black didn't take it.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. We started the tournament with so many participants in this playing venue. Now we can see few people are walking there, mainly the arbiters. Arturs, I suggest to go back to the first board, check it out, give the final evaluation in the position, and we can just call it a day.
All right, so here Murzin is trying his final chance. So we left it about here. Yeah, not much was changing. So he's doing a textbook approach. So you can clearly see that he has been in these situations so many times. So what you do when you can't find an easy way to break through your opponent's defenses, you drag him to the time, scramble, and then you unleash your best chance and hope that the opponent will be surprised. So there you go. Here, Simone Pozzari, the local player from Italy, is in time scramble. You could sense some nervousness.
But he's time scramble in for a long time already, no?
I'm sorry?
He was in time scramble for a long time in this. He was playing very nicely on the seconds. We remember this bishop f5, bishop c3.
Ah, you mean before the first time control?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, it could be.
Yeah, and now I think you're right here. Murzin was trying to burn another time control from the time of Simon and got himself into the seconds again.
All right. Maybe what we could do, we could zoom in a bit. So let's say zoom in closer to the clock, because now that we are here, we are going to focus closer on this game. Also, we get to see, there you go, very nice view now. And apparently it is Murzin who now has to make a move. The knight on b5 is under attack. And I think the issue here with knight e6 is he doesn't want rook b8 to happen, because rook b8, it means the rooks will be traded. With the rooks traded, there's no chance the black can win this game. So he's thinking, how do I complicate the game here? How do I keep this game going? Do I play a6? What happens after a4? Yeah, he is definitely nervous here. Even without a full view on the player, he's nervous. You can sense it. The clocks are showing that he has, how much time does he have here?
3 minutes.
3 minutes something, 3 minutes and counting. Pozzari here has 46 seconds.
Yeah, when you risk too much, it also has some consequences, and this is, I think, what he is facing too.
Knight d6 is slammed. Execute very quickly. I think here Simona should be ready to play rook b8. Rook b8 is on the board, of course. I mean, this is, dear viewers, why you should always be calculating something during your opponent's time and not just sit and wait for something to happen. That's why, of course, it's so rewarding to calculate during the opponent's time. This is exactly what Simone did. And my favorite approach in these situations, Keti, is I always try to think in the in the series of moves. So if I play knight e6, I already expect that after rook b8, I will continue with the next move. So that's why I'm a bit surprised that Murzin has not yet responded, right? So it feels that he's way too nervous here. So c3, the c pawn goes forward.
That's a really good move. If black is not active with the rook, and if black keeps the passive, plays rook c2, that would cause him some serious damage.
Yeah, but still this pawn is going nowhere. I would imagine certainly king f3 would make perfect sense here to attach the king closer to the pawn, also avoid any checks. So king f3, very easy move. I'm not sure why Simone is here thinking. Maybe bishop d3 also makes sense, but again, king f3, king e3, king d3 makes a lot of sense.
But after king f3, there's knight c4, threatening knight a2.
Yeah, but I just dodged it somehow. You mean knight a3?
Yeah, and c2.
All right, I see. Aha.
And also after king gets on e5, you can always get the rook e8 check and get rook into the game as well.
All right, and
bishop c2 has been played.
Yeah, but why not bishop d3 then? That's a bit strange decision. I thought bishop d3 made more sense. Although bishop d3 doesn't stop knight c4 from happening. By the way, we have to show
beautiful.
this. We have to show this, yeah?
Yeah.
Bishop d3, black plays knight c4 anyway.
Yeah.
Bishop c4, you can't stop this pawn.
No.
All right.
That's impossible.
So bishop c2 is on the board.
Knight c4 makes a lot of sense now. So you threaten knight a3 or knight e3 moves.
By the way, what do you do if you are white?
Rook c8.
What do you do after knight c4?
Rook c8.
Oh, rook c8. Oh, that was the reason why the bishop stands here well on c2, because after knight c4, rook c8, you hit the knight and you're also attacking the pawn on c3. All right. I just don't see how Murzin is winning this.
I was thinking about bishop b6 move here in this position. So you trade the rooks and then you play knight c4.
But then you have zero chances to win this, I think. I mean, bishop b6, trade the rooks, I'm going to push f5. I'm never going to lose this with white, I think. Unless, of course, I somehow blunder this knight jump to d4, b4. I don't believe it. No, maybe f6, try to, get to the pawn on g5, but I have a feeling that f6 is somehow too slow. What about rook a8? Attack the pawn on a7. There's always this move as well. f6, I mean, this is something you got to try at some point. Otherwise, what else? I'm not seeing anything here.
Yeah, I like f6.
I'm pretty sure that Murzin is going to play this because, I mean, the clock is ticking. He's approaching the 1 minute line here. f5.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
f5.
This is interesting.
Two moves ahead. We were suggesting only one move ahead.
f5. I don't think that Simone expected this. This is an interesting way to complicate the game, but wait a second. I think that here black can still play rook a8 and force the rook trade, but is the knight on h6 not out of the game then? Because, for example, if we play rook a8, bishop b6, and we trade the rooks, the knight on h6 is disconnected from the game. We might get our answers very quickly, dear viewers, because rook a8 is on the board. Maybe it's still not over yet for Murzin's chances to win this game. I think bishop b6 has got to follow. If somebody can win this, it's only black, because this knight on h6 is not doing much. Could be not enough, though.
All right, how about bishop b6 now? Trade the pieces and the knight on h6 is stacked. You can play king g7 next move, and basically you play 2 pieces versus 1 bishop.
I'm sorry, what?
Still not convinced?
Yeah, after bishop b6.
Bishop b6, takes. And here in this position, basically you are playing with extra piece because you can always play king g7 next move. Knight is trapped on h6, and then you just play 2 pieces versus 1.
What about this idea, Keti? King h7, bishop d8, bishop e7, bishop f8, checkmate to your knight.
I like it. I really like it.
All right. So what's the move we have here? We have king f3 on the board. Yeah, you could see, I think you could see the players also from afar that White was not really happy with the turn of events here, because now I think he realizes the knight on h6 is not standing well. King g7 responded by Murzin. Maybe he doesn't have the time to hunt the knight on h6 because also White is advancing very quickly. King e2 is played.
Yeah, Black needs to find a way, and that can be actually maybe that's a difficult. Knight b5 here. I'm threatening knight a3, so you play.
And I'm going to play king d3.
And then I go knight a3, bishop a3. So you're collecting the pawns on f4, g5, and the knight in the end.
Bishop, what? Bishop g1.
Okay, he's going like bishop h2 and then to collect that. So if you keep the king on f3, then knight c2, knight c4, knight a3 wins.
Yeah, things are heating up real quick here. Now, bishop
but there's
h2.
this 6 move there, actually.
What?
This 6 move there. So we have to make the moves here.
Yeah.
Let's say a4 to analyze it.
Now we have updated the clocks here. Yeah, you see that both players have more than 1 minute. What would you play? King d3?
No.
No?
King d3. Because after king d3, bishop h2, bishop f4, and g5 will lose the piece.
Yeah, but I just play king e3. I'm not
The
sure if it's going to be
knight c4
enough.
check.
Yeah, but I go back. I'm not sure. Okay, let's just show it. For example, I play whatever. Random move a4.
Yeah. So
a4,
go.
bishop h2, king e3.
Check.
Knight c4 check. I go here. I mean, is it enough? Is it enough?
Why not? I take bishop.
Yeah,
you
but
take knight f5. Okay.
Yeah, I
okay.
always take knight f5.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a draw.
And if I play knight a3 instead of taking on f4.
Okay, let's see what's happening here on the live board. Bishop d3. What was the last move? Murzin? Bishop h2, yeah? Oh, did he miss this? Just a second. What about king e3, knight c4 check here?
Yeah.
Knight c4 check. Look at this. So they're reaching the second score sheet. Of course, they're not going to agree to a draw because now there's a lot of fight. Knight c4 check, bishop c4. Can I play bishop takes on f4 check here? You can't take it. This pawn promotes. If I play king d3, bishop g5, no, it's still not enough. It's still a draw. Still a draw. But it's almost very close. I mean, I know it can be also very frustrating for Black, right? Because you keep finding these chances. It's still not enough. Still not enough. Murzin is trying to find his chances here. What's he going to do?
Maybe first to give the check, bishop g1 again, king f3, and then knight c4.
Bishop g1. Yeah. What about king e2? Then I go back. I basically just do nothing. Bishop d3, bishop c2, bishop d3, bishop c2. What move he played? He played king f8.
He wants to Zugzwang the opponent. That's also smart.
It doesn't spoil anything. Just basically passes the ball towards the opponent and says, it's your turn. What it makes really difficult for White is that he is trying to hold on here, but there's no obvious way how he can achieve this draw. And these are the most difficult draws you can make. You just stand and do basically nothing. It's very, very difficult to play like this. Bishop c2 could be a mistake because of knight c4 check. And then you have to make a very big decision where to go. But what's the move? By the way, it could be actually some sort of a Zugzwang here.
Yeah, if you play a4, I play a5.
Exactly.
King f3 and then knight c4 jumps on the board.
a4, a5 changes nothing. I think Murzin is going to play here something like a5 in the next 10 seconds or so. Very easy move. Unless there's an immediate continuation. He still hasn't made a move. Must be nervousness.
There is this idea too, bishop g1, bishop d4, and then g7 to grab this knight that you were suggesting earlier.
Oh, wait, maybe. You said bishop g1?
Yeah, but it's white's move. a4 and bishop g1.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, so a4 is not yet registering here. No, bishop g3. Look at this. Very tricky move. All right. What do you do here with white? I would be getting nervous, you know, with this knight on h6, with some Tsatsalashvili ideas in the air. Bishop c2 feels like a mistake. Maybe it's bishop e2, the only move here. Bishop e2 allows knight e4. Ah, wait, it allows just c2. Wait a second, what do you play here? Because in bishop e2 you play c4, c2, then you collect these points, you're winning this.
Yeah.
Maybe it's actually a Tsatsalashvili here.
Or bishop f4 right away. And
a5.
then c2.
Maybe you play a5.
After a5, bishop e1, bishop d2.
Oh. Oh, wow. And he played the move very quickly, king f3, slamming on the clock. Now I start to believe that Murzin might have found a way. He might have found a way to trick his opponent. And I mean, we gotta give him a lot of credit for finding the resources, keeping the game going. It felt it was quite drawish, right?
Yeah.
On this amazing move f5, which he found a way to imprison the knight on h6, just as we were feeling that, okay, there's not much he can do. No, he found a way. He found a way to play f5. And now, what are the next moves? So king e3, bishop d2, yeah.
King goes on f3.
King goes back. There's nothing else to be done. And then knight c4. Knight c4 is incoming. And I think black is just winning this.
I love the technique of black's.
Wow.
Here also keeping the king on f8 to control d5. It's very impressive.
Knight c4, knight a3. It already feels like a decider here. So what a stunning maneuver by Murzin. Look at this. I mean, bishop g1, bishop h2, bishop g3, bishop e1, bishop d2.
Amazing, yeah.
Very nice. I mean, all of this started with this idea of f5. But I mean, I still believe there was the salvation somewhere, but where exactly? I don't know.
f5 was killing me, just trapping the knight on h6. And this is the game where black has extra piece on the board.
Might be still not over, because after knight c4, white might have to sacrifice a piece on f5. That's why he just plays bishop c1. And I guess now you have to play bishop c2. What else? Bishop c2, because the king cannot go further from the passed pawn. Bishop c2, let's say bishop c2, knight c4, and sacrifice the piece on f5. What else? So the tension is building up on the top board of the open section under 18, where the top seeded player, Volodymyr Murzin, is trying to take down the sensation of the first round, Simone Pozzari, who is putting up very fierce resistance. Either way, no matter how this game finishes, a big shout out, of course, for Simone.
It's true.
For holding.
To giving such a big issues to black in this game.
All right, bishop c2 is on the board, and I think that here Volodymyr will have to play knight c4. I mean, what else? What else? How else he can improve his position? Maybe a5 first include, and then play knight c4. I don't think it really matters where the a-pawn stands. You got to make the decisive move at some point. It's got to be knight c4.
Knight c4 and knight a3, just winning the piece.
I think he's trying to calculate precisely what happens after knight takes on f5. Knight c4 is on the board, and now it's time for white to sacrifice the piece. Either now or never. Might be already too late. I don't see what else he can do.
Yeah, but after even that sacrifice, black is getting another piece with knight a3. So
I mean, probably is, yeah. Knight c4, knight f5 takes, bishop f5, knight a3, king e2. I think you're right.
Bishop f4.
All right.
Waiting for the move to happen.
This is how the things should be done. Yep, there you go. Knight x on f5 is played. G takes on f5. I think these are the final moves. Bishop takes to f5 is played. Knight a3 or knight e3 even. I'm not sure which is the better move. Maybe knight a3 because it's not under attack by the king. Knight a3 already stands on the board. So this is going to cost white another piece. And it would be really great to test the opponent's skill in the knight and bishop checkmate.
Yeah.
If not only for the a-pawn.
Yeah, true. This a-pawn is a party ruiner.
All right. So king e2, c2. Ah, wait, there's some final tricks. I could still take on c2, knight c2, king d1, bishop f4.
No,
and then you glance at the corner.
We don't play c2, we play first bishop f4.
Yeah, of course. I'm just saying that even this is even this is winning. Yeah, it's a right corner, the right bishop, the right corner. So even this position is not salvageable for the Italian player. All right. So the final moves are incoming. The black pawn already stands on c2. What is it? Yeah, d6. I don't properly see it.
d6 and c2. The king is on f3.
Oh, I guess black included a5 at some point. No, oh, he did not. Yeah, I mean, we have a bit broadcast delay from the official game, so that's why it's difficult to keep up. But I mean, you can see in the camera now, black has 2 extra pieces. He's going to try his final chance to centralize the position, the king, but it appears that the top seeded player of the open under 18 section, he's going to get his job done. His persistence in the end paid off.
Yeah, well done. Well done by him. It has been long a game. More than 70 moves has been already played, but we got the result.
So can we go back here to this moment? So where did white made a mistake? So it was apparently here, after rook b8, c3, bishop c2, f5.
Yeah, f5 was very impressive.
Yeah, but I don't believe it's losing. Maybe the losing idea actually is training the rooks now, something that white wanted. But with the knight on h6, maybe now he already had to acknowledge that, no, I can't do this anymore. And he should have opted for something else. What about something like rook b3? I don't believe it's losing.
Yeah, that would keep more chances here to black for sure. After bishop a3 to play rook a3 as well.
Yeah, precisely. Here.
Knight c4 and rook a4.
Knight c4, rook a4. Rook c8. Somehow I have a feeling white is holding on here.
d6 probably.
d6 or king f3. Again, I can't calculate on seconds. Yeah, maybe d6. Yeah, maybe you're right, Keti. So d6 and d7 is a big threat. Try to push away the rook. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, the game is still ongoing. Of course, black has 2 extra pieces, but it's not gonna change the outcome of the game, which is the top-seeded player of Oldar Murzin, despite the fact that his opponent, Simone Pozzari, was putting up heroic resistance for 2 time controls for almost 5 hours. He is going to win the game. I think it's time for us to...
Yeah, we can actually give the final maybe a look, like zoom in to make sure.
Yeah, let's zoom out, maybe follow the final moves and see where this game is going to take us. But just a second, I slightly lost the transmission here. I don't have...
Yeah, we need to zoom the board.
Yeah, just a second, I'm going to find it. Where's the notation? Here? No, not here. Not here.
We need to zoom the board. Board.
Zoom out.
Zoom the board.
Now. It's not zooming out. All right. There you go. There's the updated position. King c5. Bishop takes on g5. Yeah. He doesn't need the second extra piece. Why complicate matters? The converting material advantage is all about simplification. And now, yeah, of course, the king is going further, closer. So we saw the moves of, what was it? Bishop takes on g5, king takes on b4, king e8, put the king on d7, put the bishop here on e3, protect the pawn on a7. Again, happily look at the corner, and you say, I'm winning this because I have the right corner.
Yep, that's the right corner. Indeed, and very impressive technique by the top seed player in the under 18 category. Valdar Murzin will win this game. From here, we can totally rely on him. So I think we can actually just summarize the day and invite our viewers to join us tomorrow for the second round. So Arturs, what was the game actually that somehow calls the action of the day?
Yeah, of course, that is the second board. Absolutely. There you go. There's the resignation on the board. So congratulations to Volodar for the fighting spirit. And I know, of course, the Italian fans will be disappointed and Simone is disappointed with this loss. But I mean, that's why Murzin is 2600 level player, the only Grandmaster here. He kept finding his chances, kept pressing, and ultimately the Italian player collapsed. But answering to your question, Keti, which was the most exciting game, that is, there you go, the second board of the open section under 18, that is Pranith's game against Matthias Schutten, this absolutely mind-blowing game where White was trying to hunt down the black queen and black ended up sacrificing it.
Yeah, that was indeed an amazing game. Let's take a look of the results of the other section as well. Under 16, let's pull up the graphics on the screen so we can take a look.
All right, and there are the results. This is the
under
girls.
18 girls.
Girls
Yeah.
18. So the main favorites have won their games. The only setback is Kurmangaliyeva's draw on the second board against Jessica Hyatt. She had a winning position, but she misplayed it. Again, converting material advantage, their viewers. It can remind you at the worst possible moment, and Leah is probably regretting some of the choices she did and had to settle for a draw.
Right, let's move to the next category. This is under 16 open. All right, seems like that's it for today. We have to call it a day. And the tournament that is so important for all the youth chess players from around the world. We have here 80 countries competing in this competition. In the end of the tournament, 11th round, we're gonna have new world champions in all these categories. So we're gonna say goodbye today. It has been Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans in the studio and woman Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. We are inviting you at 3 p.m. tomorrow Central European time for the second round. See you then.
See you. Bye-bye.